Welcome to the AdaKay Show. I'm your host, AdaKay, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Okay, welcome to the Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig Day 10 Trouble in Paradise Trial Verdict Watch. And as Andrea said, we're waiting for the court to begin. They're looking at about 3:30. The jury has not arrived in court yet. Not sure what's actually going on. Um, and as I said, I'm going to make polls. The verdict clock from yesterday stopped at 3 hours that they were doing the verdict watch or doing their deliberation. So as soon as we know they're in court and they turn on the cameras, we will go over, cover that part, and then once they go back into the jury room, we will monitor that court and still continue on with this trial. So grab yourself a cup of coffee, a monster, iced tea, water, whatever you choose to drink, and come and join us. And let's hope for the verdict we want today. And take it away, Angela.
A lot, a lot of times too fixated on what, right? On what happened. So now we know a little bit of what happened, right? We know that you hit her, bumped her with the truck. You got scared, right? She not telling you. So you got her in the truck. When you got her in the truck, let's talk about that. Did you just pick her up in the truck or did you ask her to get in? I asked her to get in. Okay. So she listens and you got in the truck. And then you drive from your route immediately, start kind of heading back to the station, right? No. After that, that's when we went down the private road because I was trying to figure out what I was going to do. Okay. What do you think the time frame was from there? Like, I don't know. Not very long, like 5, 10 minutes, 30 minutes. I wouldn't know how to. Okay. No, don't worry, we're not going to. Unless I'm like sitting there looking at the time, I have no idea how much time has passed. Okay, so I don't even know how long it's been since you guys stopped me after that delivery. Yeah, okay, so your perception of time is not too good. So you get in the truck, she's standing up talking to you. You gotta drive down the private road, and that's when the voice tells you, hey, we need to hurry up, we need to hurry up, right? Am I right? Correct, if I'm missing something. And then you ask her to face away from you, and you try to break her neck at first, but she started crying. When you see her try to break her neck, did you like try to spin it? How did you do that? Like spin like one hand on the chin, one hand on top of the head, hand on the side of the head, or how? Like, okay, and that didn't work. Okay, but she was facing away from you when you did that. Okay, so then I didn't want her to see it coming at it. Okay. So then I couldn't take it if she was sitting there in pain. I wanted to do it as quick as possible, and it didn't work. And sorry. And now we accomplished that, trying to find out where she's at, right? We haven't found her yet, or that I know of. So now we're going to get into some of that why. Why did you mainly do her because you didn't want to get in trouble for hitting her with FedEx or legally or what? Essentially, I was panicking. I didn't know what to do, and then it almost seems like it was a dream. For the most part, it just kind of seems like I wasn't, you know what I mean? Seems like I wasn't behind the wheel at the time. Out of body experience, so to speak. Almost. Okay. Almost. But stuff like that's happened my entire life. Where like I'll have these like out of body experiences. Mostly when I'm like getting in a fight with someone or something like that.
but sometimes I'll kind of like phase out and not know what's going on. Other times I'll just kind of be in the back seat almost.
When you were talking to her, did she tell you her name?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Lena.
Okay. Did she tell you her full name, or did she just know her first name? Did she tell you her last name or anything?
No, she didn't tell me her last name.
So she just told you her name was Athena?
Which I actually thought that was pretty cool because, you know, I like mythology and stuff like that.
So let's go back to, I know you don't want to, you have a hard time, rightfully so, kind of recall a little bit, but, I'm going to go back and touch on it a little bit. And you try to break her neck, she starts crying. When you start choking her, facing away from you, like you stated earlier, how long did it take her to essentially pass out or stop crying? Was it long, or was it a short period of time? How long do you think?
It was probably about a minute, but it felt like so much longer.
And then she just stopped moving, went limp. I mean, were you on the ground, or was she standing up still? Was she standing up when you were doing it, or did she obviously at some point when she passes out or whatever, you had to come to the ground?
She started off standing and then kind of after a while went down.
Okay. And then did she move at all after that?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's when I started heading towards that. I guess it's a county road, the one right across from 2123. That's when I threw her in the bush.
Okay. Now, what was that little voice specifically telling you? Do you remember?
That we needed to stop her from pretty much telling anybody.
Okay. So that was the main concern. That's the whole reason why.
Everything was at risk. My job, my family, everything. And I didn't.
You didn't know what to do. You panicked, right? Tanner, again, we'll get, we're not going to get jammed up on what happened. Obviously, the why is always more important. But there are some details that we need to know. Obviously, let me explain this to you, because you're a smart guy, you know how things work. Just talking to you a little bit of time I have, you're obviously into mythology, you're into superhero movies, you know how things work. You're not, so to speak, recluse. You know the things around you that go on. So
I mean, it used to be a really bad recluse, but that's
a long time ago. I mean, but so by that saying, you're exposed to things and you know how things work. So obviously, when we work this type of investigation, a medical examiner's body looks at the body, right, to determine how this person passed away. So we're going to know some of the what, right? We're going to be able to essentially corroborate what you're telling us now, right? So is there anything else we're going to know? Because I don't want you to lie to me now. So I'm going to shoot you straight, just like I want you to shoot me straight, all right? Put yourself in my boots, so don't lie to me, because you know how this. You like being lied to?
I'm sorry.
Okay. So
I think I know what you're about to ask, and no, I didn't.
what am I going to ask?
You're going to ask if I sexually assaulted her, and I did not.
You didn't sexually assault her?
No, sir.
So everything's going to tell me that you didn't sexually assault her?
With my medication now, I don't even really have much of a libido.
Okay.
Like my fiance will even tell you that it kind of pisses her off most of the time.
Okay. So whenever the doctors or whatever is in her body, they're going to tell you that she wasn't sexually assaulted.
Yes, sir.
Let's go back a little bit into the private road. Was it pretty close to where she lived?
Relatively, it's like, okay, so
Hang on, let's go right here. We got a horse.
yeah.
It sounds like you're pretty good at this stuff. So.
Okay, so this is 2123. This is that road, right? Then we
Hang on a
have
second. Let's light it. This is what?
21. so there's different ways to get to the, sorry, that's funny.
Sorry.
There's different ways to get to the, where should I put it? Okay, so here's the store over in Gavel, right?
Yeah.
Here's a road up here. Then it goes to Spring Valley, which, you know, being the road that's easy for
You
me.
know that road, 35, 55. So 35, 55 right here.
And then there's this like little area, right? I went up through here, to 21, 23, and came down, and there, the private road is over here. And there's like multiple houses back there. It's actually a pain in the butt to deliver to.
And the old one or newer houses?
Definitely older. There's like a couple different private roads down that private road.
Okay,
Yeah.
so hang on, now let's get into, okay, so where's her house at in proximity to this? Okay, so that's 3573. 3573, so put 3573 there. Okay,
Also, this is bugging me, this is a lot closer to,
oh yeah, that other road, yeah, I know what you're talking about, it cuts back. So let me do this. So her home has kind of like a long drive, right? Do you remember that? Yeah, my phone's gonna do a map. Okay, so we got that long road here, and then this is the home. So when you come in to deliver your package, you come in this way, you turn in, and then you take a right here into her house, right? Property, and then there's a house in front. That's where you left the package, if you remember it. So you get out, you drop the package, right? Walk me through that part of it. So you get out of you're out of the truck now. You don't necessarily have to drive, you just kind of tell me.
yeah, kind of, so I went in through here, pulled that way, and then that's when I backed up and I hit her.
Okay, so you're backing up?
Yeah, I went this way, backed up, and I hit her. So I grabbed the package, left it. First I thought I had a dog, but then I saw this girl, and
What'd she say when you hit her? Was she crying or anything? Okay. What'd she say?
she was just crying. I was trying to calm her down.
Okay.
And after about 10 seconds, that's when I started panicking, started realizing the implications.
Okay.
The particular truck I was in doesn't have a working backup camera, so it's kind of a pain in the ass most of the time.
Okay. So then what do you do after you hit her? You start panicking, so it's about 10 seconds. What do you do with her?
Told her to get in the back of the truck, we're gonna go on a quick ride, and then we were talking the entire way.
Okay. So when she gets in the truck, does she jump into the driver's side, passenger side, or where?
To the back of the truck.
Oh, the back. Okay, because you got it open, because you got the back of it. So she gets out, you shut it. Again, I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you go in with her and shut it that way, or do you go around?
Yeah, I shut it to the back.
Okay. And then you walk around and get the driver's seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
The side door on that truck doesn't work.
Okay. And then now show me your route out.
So I was up in that private road.
From right here. So you go.
So I went
This.
this.
Yeah. You come back.
I went through the private road.
So you go back this way on the private road?
Yeah, the private road itself, say this is, can I see that?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, so here's Spring Valley.
So I have the two. Sorry. I have the two roads up right here. Yes, 100%.
So where were we? Crap. Okay, there's Spring Valley. Okay, so the private road is right here. I went to I was in this area.
Yeah. So we're here, 35, 75. Which road did you come up? It comes up 35, 55. So you come up 35, 55.
Yeah, I came up 21, 23, I came up through here.
Okay, so you came the back way.
Yeah.
Okay, and then you come in and you go to, it shows private road 3549? Yep. So EBT, what is that, 3539? 3549.
I'm sorry, I don't know that.
No, it's all right. Hey man, it's part of it. So you come around, come back down this road, which is, what is this one? What did we say? 3555. 3555. Okay, so you come around, come 3555 to private road 3549, and then you go all the way to the end of it. Is there like a little cul-de-sac, no houses there, or what?
It's weird. So there's just like, okay.
It's all right. I can turn the rotation off. Let me see if I turn the rotation off. Oh, you know it's okay.
Okay, this is an iPhone.
Yeah, let me see if I can do that settings. Are you trying to, so let's just say, we're looking at it though, just private road, so this is where you're at, and you're there how long, you think?
Probably about 20, 30 minutes.
Okay. So 20, 30 minutes there.
Yeah, at first I was going to try to leave the body down there, but people kept driving past.
Okay.
So I was just like, maybe not right here.
Okay. So you were gonna dump her off right there on that private road, but decided, hey, I need to go further.
I wanted to put her somewhere where someone could find her easily.
Okay.
In all honesty, man, I'm a parent. Like,
Yeah.
I want my kids out.
Yeah, that's what happened. Look at me when I tell you this. This is what I'm trying to do right now. I wanna bring her home. That's why we're going through this, because I wanna bring her home. Okay? So look at me. You gotta help me bring her home. Okay? You gonna do that? Okay. There you go, Tanner. That's pretty awesome.
Okay, so with the way the private road is, it's okay. You go back, and it's a hell of a drive. This is like a hill right here, but right here is about where. Oh,
That's all right. You can leave that pin there. Okay. Is that the right pin, you think? Or it should be on the other side?
It's somewhat, and I was trying to pin it on the road itself.
Let's do this. You got this one out. And try again.
Look, I was trying to get it on the road, but I don't think that will work out as well, but.
That's about closer than you get right there. Okay.
So we're there, I was sitting there, like, trying to figure out how I was gonna get rid of the body. And then after I remembered that bamboo bush, that's when it's just like, that's where I was gonna drop the body. So I started heading out. Okay, there's 21, 23. Started going
Okay.
through here.
So you're going 21, 23, and you walk me through it to the next road we did. 51?
Yeah, 51, and
Okay.
then.
51. And then you go right over to 51, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So this is 51, and obviously it's not to scale here. So you jump it here. Okay.
So that's where the bamboo brush is.
Okay, so the bamboo brush is right here. And where'd you park your truck? Like right on the road, off the side of the road? So you're on the road here. Okay. And then did you have to go through the back to get her out, or did you access her through the front?
I got out through the back.
So you popped the back door?
Yeah.
Okay. You make sure nobody's around, I guess, is that what you're gonna say? I don't want the words in your mouth, is it?
I mean,
Okay. And then.
I'm not exactly the dumbest person in the world.
Okay, so this is kind of like a little lot here. And then this is the bamboo. And then, you said, so when I say this lot, I'm drawing it here, because from here to about here, and then the T-posts start right here, right?
Is that what those are?
Yeah, T-posts, yeah, the green posts, because the top of it is like a T, or if you look at it from the top, it's like a T. So, and then you said you you didn't even walk in far into that bamboo here?
I didn't even really walk into it, I just kind of stood like right in front of it and tossed around.
Okay. And then what do you do from there? Let's talk about what your next course of action is.
Got the truck, I sat for a minute, thought about everything, I ended up throwing up in the back of the truck. Like it was.
Did she bleed or anything in that truck?
I don't know.
Okay.
Possibly.
Okay. Is she gonna have any cuts or anything like that on her when we find her?
I mean, I did kind of throw it in there as possible.
Oh, so you're talking about just cuts from the bamboo or whatever, not from something you did to it?
No.
Okay.
I'm not some psychopath, so, because I don't think I am.
So then after you dump her, she's fully clothed, right? Okay, then what's your next route home? And you can draw that down here. And if it's too complex, we don't have to. Just kind of explain it to me.
So I went 114, pretty much all the way. I had to stop a couple times because
Where'd you stop?
on the road.
Okay, just on the road?
Yeah.
What'd you stop for? Did you throw outside the truck, up outside the truck or inside the truck?
A little bit of both. One point I got it on the side of the truck. And then I stopped at Love's to kind of clean out.
Okay,
Yeah, the truck still smells like throw up.
okay. And then, so that's 114.
Yeah, 114, I stopped at the Love's / McDonald's. Put in McDonald's. Called for Love's. And then I headed back to the station.
Okay, what time did you get to the station?
I have no clue.
Really late, later than normal?
Later than normal.
Which would be after 8, before 9?
I wouldn't say
after
that.
9?
I wouldn't say that way. I don't think.
At some point in this deal, did you ever turn off your phone? Did you ever get off the radar or anything?
I mean, my phone died there for a bit.
Okay, where'd your phone die at?
I don't remember.
At some point during this, your phone
Yeah.
died.
After you got her, after you picked her up?
Okay, so your phone dies, you put it on the charger, I guess?
My charger was kind of broken.
Okay, so you put it back on the charger and you power it back up, I'm sure.
Yeah, I had to fuck with it a little bit.
Okay, so when you get home, what do you do?
Well, my fiance picked me up from work and then just went home and went to sleep.
Okay.
Took my sleeping medication, watched Game of Thrones, and out.
Okay. And then what time do you wake up the next day?
6 o'clock, ready to go to work.
Okay. Did you make it to work on time?
Mm,
Late?
Cassie likes to kind of drag by when she's ready.
Oh, so she's taking, you need to back down.
You say Cassie, who's Cassie?
Fiance, the mother of my child.
Okay, so she's taking you to work, so she makes you late.
Every once in a while, but she works at FedEx and she works as one of the package handlers.
Okay. What clothes were you wearing whenever this happened?
Jeans.
Jeans, those jeans, different jeans?
Different jeans.
Were you wearing those shoes?
Yes.
Okay. That shirt or a different shirt?
That was a different one. I have multiple FedEx shirts.
Okay. So you don't remember exactly what time, about what time did you get to that house, her house?
I think you actually have the timestamp on when I did that delivery. I'm not sure.
Okay, so whenever you delivered that package or whenever that package was dropped off is when you were at that house?
Yes, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Now, did you take anything from her? You didn't, because I asked you earlier, I said, did you take any of her clothes? Did you take anything from her?
I mean, not that I can think of. I mean, I might have found a sock on the thing, but I just kind of threw it out.
Okay, maybe, is that a maybe or did you find something?
I did find a sock, but that was just.
Was it one of her socks?
I think so.
Okay. But that's.
Unless it was just some other driver's sock.
Well, I mean, you would be able to know if it's a little girl's sock or a driver's sock. So you don't know either way you found a sock.
When did you find that sock?
When I was stopped throwing out.
Do you remember the truck number or anything that you were in?
I don't remember the DOT number.
You don't remember the DOT number. Do you trucks have any like numbers assigned there, like a truck 41 or whatever, you know?
No, we just have particular
It's just
routes.
random.
And they move them around a lot.
Okay. So you don't have one particular truck assigned to you?
No, like today I was in, like, normally we're driving in like cutaways and stuff, but today I was put in a box truck, which I hate because you don't have that kind of thing right there to go back and get packages. You have to open it up on the back.
Okay. So the truck was the bigger truck or a
One
smaller?
of the big trucks.
Okay.
We have 3 different types of trucks. We have cutaways, step vans, which I prefer step vans because I'm tall and I hit my and the weird box truck thingies.
Okay. But you're one of the bigger ones, you said. Okay, and describe that to me, describe that truck to me. What's the back look like? Does it have a side door and a back door, or is it just one back slide?
Yeah, all of them have a side door and back door.
Okay, so all of them have that, that's what it is. And the cab to the front of the truck, is it connected with the bed, obviously?
So,
Okay. Again, that's,
I'm pretty sure, by the way, I do think she pooped herself also, and I don't want to say it, but you get what I'm saying.
when you choked. And here's the deal, Tanner, remember, we're gonna be completely honest to each other, all right? So, honesty and transparency means that we talk to each other and we don't hold back from each other, and then we talk to each other direct, right?
Sir.
You respect that, right? You told me earlier that's what you expect of me,
Sir.
and I think I've proven that thus far, have I not?
Sir.
Okay, so that's what I expect, so don't hold back from me, man, we're in this now, right? So these details and these small things and things you say to me, okay, they're not so small, because there's a bigger picture. Remember, I keep talking about that bigger picture, all right? So we have to be honest with each other, and we can't hold anything back, all right? This is the time to get it off your chest. You can't keep any of this bottled up, you can't keep anything from it, because if you do, it'll tear you up inside, okay? You understand?
Sir.
Are you leaving anything out on that, on her? You said, do you think she pooped herself while you were choking her?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so while you're choking her, she pooped herself. It wasn't like she's still there alive and then she pooped herself.
Oh, she pooped herself.
Okay.
Like,
How do you know she pooped herself? I mean,
I smelled it when I was moving here, some of it got on the floor.
That's good.
There's a little bit of poop, a little bit of pee.
In the truck, so some of that stayed in the truck.
Yeah, I cleaned it up. When I stopped at Love's, I got sanitizing stuff and cleaned it up with my throw up.
What'd you pay for it at Lowe's when you bought that stuff? Did you pay for it in cash or
Oh,
card?
I didn't pay for anything. I just asked if they had any cleaning supplies.
So you asked the store person if they had cleaning supplies? And they provided you some?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember what the person that you asked for looked like?
Not really.
No, just an employee at the store.
male or female?
Hispanic, no, white, no, black, no. Don't remember.
I think maybe two. I wouldn't
Maybe
quote me
what?
on that, but he did kind of look like he might be part Jewish.
Okay, why do you say that?
God, this is gonna sound terrible. He had a decently big nose.
Okay. All
And
right.
I know that sounds so terrible, and I'm sorry.
Again, where we at?
I know.
Open line of communication here, all right?
I know,
That's
but
what-
still, I try not to discriminate because it's just kind of shitty. This is 2022, so like.
You're not discriminating, you're describing somebody with their features. So don't feel like you're discriminating about it. Just like if you're talking about me, you're gonna say the fat guy that's bald headed, this brown, right?
I mean, when I have a tan, that would probably describe me.
So,
I'm not going home.
no, you're not. Remember, I'm gonna be honest with you, you're not gonna go home, all right? You can't obviously, with what you're telling me here, we're gonna have to, we're gonna talk about that here in a little bit too, okay? But
Am I gonna go home at all?
not, obviously, there's a process that goes through with it, and I'm gonna explain all that to you, but like I said, I wanna get to this, cause what's the most important thing, right? We wanna get her home. We're gonna get her home. Hang on, listen to me for a second. Let me tell you this, all right? At any point in that, did you think about just letting her out?
I did.
Okay, why did you do that?
Was just telling me not to.
Are you 100% telling me the truth about where you put her? And I know I keep harping on that, but it's important because I wanna get her home, right?
Yes,
I wanna make sure that, you're not leaving out in detail because you think it's, gonna mess something up or whatever.
sir, that's where I left her.
Did you, and I know this is kind of silly, but did you tell anybody about what happened? Did you write about it? Did you did you do anything to kind of get it off your chest?
No, sir.
No, you just kind of kept it inside?
It's just kind of been fucking with me a lot. Can I?
When those police officers came to talk to you, those agents came to talk to you, did you ever think about telling them what happened? You did. I was told you got emotional. Tell me about that.
Can I hurt a kid? It's a fucking child. Can y'all just,
Need a minute?
can y'all just shoot me in the head,
No, we can't do that. We can't do that.
please?
You need a minute?
No, I just want to be with my family.
You'll get a chance to talk to your family and kind of explain it to them, okay? And tell them what's going on and fill them in. We're gonna give you that opportunity, all right? If you want to do that time.
We were just. We're finally getting our shit together.
Where are you staying at now? You live,
Family.
who's
I'm a
all,
fucking loser.
who's all in the house?
My mom, my little brother, and my grandmother. And me and Cassie.
Which is your
And
brother?
several annoying dogs.
What kind of dogs?
Itty bitty little ankle biters.
What's Cassie's full name?
Cassie Marie Waite, W-A-Y-T.
Okay, and what's her birthday?
February 17th, 2001.
Is Cassie C-A-S-E-Y?
K-A-S-S-I. Listen, can I, how does the attorney thing work?
I don't give legal advice. I'm not gonna give you legal advice, okay? That's something that's up to you to research. I can't give you any type of legal advice. Does that make sense? Okay.
What's, you said that's Cassie. What's your mother's name?
Melissa. She's still, like, even though her and my dad have been split up for a while, it's,
So she's your stepmother that you call her mom?
no, she's my actual mother.
Okay. What's her last name?
Her and my dad are split up, but she still has the last name.
Yes.
They
And
never got a divorce.
her mom's name?
Jackie,
Is it Jackie's house? You're staying in? Yeah.
And her last name?
Hardison.
Harrbison. Is that correct? Okay. You said somebody else was living there as well?
My little brother,
What's his name?
Nick.
Is it Nick or Nicholas?
Nicholas, but he goes by Nick. He hates when people call him Nicholas.
I got it.
So I call him Nicholas all the time.
I couldn't understand, and it's Warner, correct?
No, Voss.
V-O-S-S?
Yes, sir. He has his dad's last name.
Ah, how old is he?
10 years younger than me.
And you are 1 year,
31.
31, so he's 21. So you said you're looking at the shed out back? Okay. Hey, are you the only one staying in that shed?
Who?
You the only one staying in the shed? Or is it you and Cassie?
Me and Cassie, our cat, and an annoying little shit named Draco.
What breed is Draco?
Not sure exactly, but he's part Chihuahua.
Ah, okay.
Part Chihuahua, part annoying as shit.
Okay.
Hey, there's something that clicked to me real quick about when you said you found the sock and when you were cleaning the truck. Did you find the sock at the Lowe's?
No.
No, it was
I
on
found
side
it when I pulled over to go throw out
on side of the road. You remember where that was?
somewhere on 114.
Yeah, and then you just threw it out there on the side of the road.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you what, this is and I can tell you, you kind of probably need to catch your thoughts for a minute, so look, you give us just a second.
I need nicotine.
Nicotine? I'll tell you, I can do that. Let me get you a cigarette or something. A cigarette or tobacco, chewing tobacco, what do you like? Wait,
Cigarette for sure.
let me find you a cigarette and then we'll talk a little bit more, okay? Hang tight, obviously, you can't go anywhere, so stay here for me, okay?
Did you grab my stuff out of there?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, and I'll get your phone and all that good stuff, okay?
Espinoza, I'm gonna pause this video for a second. Hang on. That approach to- Yes. Mr. Ranger Espinoza, I'm showing you what we marked Stacy's exhibit 223. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a picture of the board from that interview room with the writing from that day.
Let me ask you a couple of ways. Is that what we just saw, this board? Is that what's on the left of this video?
Yes, sir, correct.
And I noticed on part of your video, you were talking about locations and maps. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And is what you wrote and what Tanner Horner wrote on that board
Yes, sir.
as far as the maps are concerned?
Yes, sir.
But I noticed on there, he got up and he wrote something else.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Now, what he wrote, is it also on that?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is that a true and accurate depiction of what you saw when you're in that room just now as we watched?
Yes, sir, it is.
Judge would ask the United States 223. State's Exhibit 223 is admitted. Major Espinoza, would you read what Tanner Horner wrote on that board?
He wrote in red, "He's going to hurt me, please help."
And was that the first time that he had indicated to you something about somebody else being involved in this whole thing?
Yes, sir.
And is some of that what he's reflected on there? Do y'all discuss that with him later on in this video?
Yes, sir. During the course of this interview, at some point, I bring this up.
And is that where this whole zero thing comes out?
Yes, sir.
And is that where y'all talk about it?
Yes, sir.
And is that what I asked you before? This is where it originated.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm looking at this video and things, and I want to make sure here, you're sitting fairly close to Mr. Horner during this time. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And during this time, when you're asking him questions and you're drawing maps and things of that nature, does he appear to be distressed to you?
No, sir.
Does he appear to be able to answer your questions, at least the questions you're asking?
Yes, sir.
And does he appear to be able to answer them appropriately?
Yes, sir.
And I noticed on here, does he appear, at least at this point when he wrote that on there and then sat down, to be in any type of distress?
No, sir.
And then later on in this interview, does he indicate to you that he's under any kind of distress whatsoever?
No, sir.
And does he maintain the same or similar attitude that he has now in demeanor throughout the rest of the video?
Yes, sir.
May we continue with the video?
It appears the video has about 30 minutes left. Do any of the members of the jury need to take a break, or do you want to try and finish with the video? Try to finish? All right.
Okay.
All right, Tanner, I got working on smoke for you. You heard Danny Riley, he's also with the Rangers. Obviously, he's been helping me out on this field, okay, so, and he had a couple of questions for you. Obviously, we're trying to remember, like we've been talking to you on the side of the road, and here we were trying to just clear up a few things.
Yeah, you know, you've been from the get-go, just like straight up, you know, you're cooperating. We don't want this to be a long ordeal. We want to let you know what's going to happen here. You want to know what's going to happen here. We want to go ahead and take her back home, like they were saying, right? I mean, that's our goal, right? All of us, I think. Let's think about anything we've left out that's kind of holding this process up. Just think about that for a minute. What is that? What would be holding it up in your mind?
No.
Something. You feel like there's something that's getting in the way of this?
I don't think so, sir.
Why would you not think so?
Told you where I put her, I told you all the details of everything that happened, I don't know what else there is.
So the details you're providing, I wasn't ready, right? So I don't want to, sure. I don't want to go on and on, but you took us down the road earlier, right? We crossed over, we were on 21, 23, we crossed over 51. We know your phone was turned off. Can you explain that? Like, turned off? Good. Okay.
My charger was messed up, I couldn't get it back home for a bit.
Okay. How long was that?
Probably about 30-40 minutes. Yes.
Yeah, it's at the time of when? What's happening when your phone is not on?
What do you mean?
Like, what are you doing at the time that your phone is not on? I want you to be truthful
Lying
about
in the
that.
body.
Okay. And just because you and I will both be truthful with each other, I want to give you everything I got. I want you to give me everything you got. I want to test your truth, okay, for a moment. The phone was turned off because you're hiding the body. That's what I would do. That's what you did. Correct?
I'm more receiving information right now.
Okay. So receive that, okay? And as careful as you can, I want you to tell me why you're doing that.
So, you can go ahead and do all this and let this just up here.
Thank you.
So when I came in here, I went like this, and then I backed up, and then I hit the girl. She was on the ground crying. I felt bad about her, tried calming her down. This voice in my head told me, dude, we're gonna get in trouble. I had to do something with her. So I told her to get in the truck, and for a long time I was trying to figure out what the hell I was doing. I didn't know what my next step was. Was I just gonna drop off somewhere? I don't know. We went through this private road, and I parked for a bit, was talking to her on the way there, and all this other stuff. Fill in the blank for me on that, please. I don't like saying it, but
Well, you don't have to say it very descriptively, you can say what you did to her though.
I killed her. So I was trying to figure out what I was gonna do with the body, so we left here and started going down, like I was heading back to where I remembered the bamboo brush area that was across 151, or 151, that was across on the other side of 51. So I stopped there, waited for a couple cars to pass, took her out the back and I put her in there. Just kind of tossed her in.
And the phone was turned off where?
I'm not sure exactly when I died. Sometime when I was driving over to here, I think.
Over where you saying you're at?
I'm trying to remember where I died. I was really paying attention to my phone. I was worried about other things at the time.
What kind of cigarettes do you smoke?
Lucky Strike,
Lucky Strike?
Red 100s. Phone was off for a bit.
But the phone was off because you were hiding the body?
I really.
I heard you say earlier you were hiding the body and that's why the phone was on.
That's why I didn't try to get it back on.
That's why
That's why I didn't try to get it back on.
Oh.
It's not like my phone dies and just like, oh shit, my phone's dead, and I try to bring it back really quick, but I wasn't too worried about getting the phone on as soon as I could.
So we're still, that's where the body should be. What we're probably gonna do, is we're probably gonna hop back in the truck and we're gonna drive out there again, okay? Does that work? So we can walk you through it. I think that's some of the folks that are trying to get home, that's what they want to do. So that's what we're gonna do. So we'll probably let you get smoke and do that. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Danny, do you have any questions you have?
When we were talking earlier, you were 99% sure she was there.
Yes, sir.
We talked a little bit more and you were 100% sure. So, I mean, there is some changes in your percentage, so I'm just trying to see.
I was saying the exact, like, right there,
Okay.
like there's like maybe, what, 30, 40 feet of that stuff?
Yeah.
So that's where the 1% came in.
Okay. Is it possibly went further in there than you think?
I didn't even technically even go in there.
Okay.
I was right outside the edge and just kind of tossed her in.
When you say tossed, are we talking like a hard toss, like as hard as you can in there far, or is it like right there?
Like right there.
Okay.
Well, did you try to hide her?
I tried to make it to where somebody would find her
Where somebody would find her? Now, how did you do that?
by not throwing her too far in.
Why would you want her to be found?
Because I'm a parent. I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't not want to know.
Okay. During the next couple of days, you didn't return.
So
Why? You're a parent.
I didn't want to know. I didn't want to know what was. I was hearing updates about this constantly.
I was just
It's
gonna ask you
really
that.
fucking with me.
Did you see it on social media? Did you see it on the news?
My grandmother, she sent me stuff about it at one point. Then, I was passing that road yesterday and I saw a bunch of people down the road, so I kind of already knew what was going on.
Well, you met with FBI the other day and you didn't tell them you're a parent. And you didn't tell them the truth. Right? They were looking for her then and you're a parent, you didn't tell them.
That wasn't me.
So, that wasn't you. What do you mean?
It wasn't me.
What do you mean that wasn't you? They didn't talk to you?
They talked to me, but they didn't talk to me.
Okay, interpret that for me.
I think I'm fucking.
What'd you write that for on the board? When we stepped out, you wrote that. Why'd you write that?
If I say too much, I'm going to die.
Why you say that?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Who? Who's gonna hurt you?
Zero's gonna hurt me.
Zero? Like Zero? Okay. Well, listen to me. We need to know some of these things, all right? And we're here, we'll protect you, all right? We'll get you the help you need. So you gotta trust us on that. Okay?
How can you stop me from hurting me?
Well, there's several ways to do that. We're capable of doing that, for sure. We have the resources, the capabilities, we're in a controlled environment, we can keep you safe, okay? And you can trust me, you can continue to trust me?
I trust you.
Okay, I want
He
you to,
doesn't.
okay, listen to me. I want you and Zero to trust me.
He's telling me this is all a trap.
There's no trap. There's no trap. We're gonna get you some cigarettes, and we're gonna find her. But in order for me and you to keep this trust and this open line of communication, and for me to be able to get you anything, for me to be able to let you talk to your family, to do anything, move forward, smoke a cigarette, we're gonna have to keep on the same page, okay? You agree with that? You need another water or anything? You do? Okay. We'll get you another water in a second, all right? But what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to get you back out there and look at this location, all right? You good with that? Yeah, and you smoke a cigarette on the way. We'll go in my truck, more likely. I'm gonna get some things to facilitate that, and then we're gonna do it, okay? Danny, you got any more questions for that?
No, I just think, everything's gonna be fine, okay? I told you to trust this guy.
Just one more point.
Give us just a second, all right?
You know, about what year.
Now we get whatever you need to do.
So, you can use some more water, we'll take another ride. You know, it's just about doing the right thing. And it's hard to do the right thing when you agree sometimes. So,
I didn't know what to do when I hit her.
I don't know.
I was someone that kept telling me I needed to get rid of her.
Yeah,
I just wanted to leave her there and hope that she wouldn't tell me.
yeah. Well, I wanna find her, I don't know what.
Can you show me?
Oh, no, man, this is something that can be overcome. This is something,
I'm gonna miss out on the best parts of my child's fucking life. Okay? I can't.
well, I don't know how to say that. I mean,
This isn't one of those probation things. This is one of those I'm going away for a long time things, and I'm gonna miss out all of my fucking son's life. I would rather die.
it is, this is a hard thing. It is a hard thing, but I'll tell you this, Tanner, you're gonna be okay.
No, I'm not.
Why do you think that?
I'm gonna miss out on all my son's Christmases, his birthdays, him growing up. I'm gonna miss out on everything. All because I listened to some stupid voice that isn't probably even there.
A lot of people have done that. You're not alone. You're not alone in this.
But you're not sitting here disagreeing that I'm gonna be away for a long time. I'm gonna miss out on everything. Thank you.
I'm on cigarettes right now, all right?
I think what we're trying to figure out is if there's anything that you're not telling us, you know, based on what we know. See what I'm saying? I think we're trying to help you, and then we're trying to figure out how much you're trying to help yourself.
Thanks for that. Sorry, I can go on. I was
Yeah,
getting
no
the shit out of me.
No problem. We want you to help you, and for us to help you, helping us is beneficial, right? Our expectation with where you took us is that we're there, we got her. That hasn't been what has happened, so it leaves us curious.
I understand. I left her there. That's where I put her. I don't know how you guys haven't seen her. Like, I did not throw her in there far, like, at all. She should be, like, almost visible.
You thinking something maybe not visible?
So I was saying we need to speak to an attorney. I don't know the implications of that.
Yeah. Well, we'll,
Also, I need to pee.
Okay. I think you're trying to get your cigarettes. So as soon as they do that, we'll get you up and out of here, and you can have cigarettes. And go to the bathroom. Do you need to go to the bathroom real bad?
Yeah, I kind of got through an entire bottle of water and I'm gonna go.
Okay, hang on just a minute, let me see, I'm not from here, let me see where the bathroom's at, just have a seat. I'll be with you just a minute, right? One of these guys broke.
Bathroom?
Holy shit, that was quick.
So there's a process here, okay?
Whoa. Is that one from my dick? That was terrible.
This is more of a comfort thing, okay? So what we're gonna do first is we're gonna put this one on here. So turn around and face that way for me. And we're just gonna do one hand here on this side. Okay. Is that too tight?
No.
Is that too tight?
No.
Okay, we're gonna go up here like this, okay? But you gotta pee, so what we're gonna do for now is just lift it through there and just hold it like that. So just hold, do that, just keep one hand, cause you gotta pee, all right? Right? Can you say how to pee? You can't exactly pee. Okay.
Oh, there's an ankle shot.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good one.
You just walking around with those. Alright. What you want, right? Hang on a second, actually. That BB? Hang on, right here for a second. Alright, just go this way.
Ranger Espinoza, now that you're aware of this conjured persona, this zero person, what is your plan to do with that at a later date?
Obviously, it's something I'm going to put into my toolbox based on my training experience. That may be something I can utilize to elicit the truth. Essentially, utilize it to gain further rapport and potentially find Athena.
And was that the case in this case?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so this video, when it ends, I notice where you're still in the interview room that you described before, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And then where do you go next?
We go to my state issued pickup, and we go back to drive the routes to see if we can jog his memory.
All right, let's pause, take our break. We'll come back in about 3:05, okay?
Okay, we are on a short break. Um, it is 3:04 there. We probably have about another hour to an hour and a half of today, and we are coming up on 4 minutes of the verdict watch. Thank you, Angela.
I just
Um,
figured we could show it while we're on break for the other one so everyone could see the clock because the other one, they're on break anyway. So,
yeah, and if we hit live, we're out of Zoom room, so um, I figured court usually goes what in Texas about 4:30, 4:30.
yeah, usually that's what it's been. I know yesterday they ended a little earlier it seemed like to me. It was about probably 4:30.
Okay, well, it also might depend on if this witness is done and, you know, depending on the next witness on how long it is, whether or not they want to break the testimony up starting today and finishing tomorrow. I notice a lot of courts don't like doing that. They like trying to get the witness in, done, and gone. So just depends on what the next witness is. So
Well,
I find this really interesting.
they said this morning that this particular witness would probably finish out the day and go into tomorrow because he has all of the um he's introducing all of the body cam and in the interrogation room video. So they said earlier he would probably finish out the day and come back tomorrow. So I don't know what they're going to do.
Okay, well, they may get to a stopping point because I can't see them stop in the middle of a video or a body cam. I don't know so much about the interrogation interview, um, but I like what you wrote about ensuring that he's made comfortable. I think they do that because as long as they are being cooperative, they're going to ensure that they're comfortable, they're getting whatever they ask for, they need, um, just to keep them talking. And that's my own opinion. They said he confessed during the interview, so it sounds like they may have kept it, respectful and comfortable to where he just continued. I guess. And I'm really wondering what he did at that board when they weren't in the room.
Well, they said that he wrote the help me or he will hurt me. So I think he was talking about his alter ego getting help before his alter ego zero hurt him is what I am thinking they are leaning toward as far as the board.
Okay, so when did I heard them say about the zero and the alter? I wonder when that was thought up to be thrown in with more twists and turns of this
Well,
case.
I was thinking up until this point, and chat, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. Up until this point, all of the car, all of the driving around, all of the locations, I have not heard him say anything about an alter ego. Now they get him back to the interrogation room and they start discussing things with him. They leave him in the room, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he gets up and writes, "Help me or he will hurt me," and sits back down. I really wonder if
Court,
sitting there in that time span, if if he had this thought that maybe if I go this route, it will protect me a little bit. Because, like I said, chat, feel free to correct me, and June, you do the same. I don't remember hearing anything during the first part where they were doing those locations about anything of an alter ego or anything about this person, and then he mentions them in the interrogation room.
same here. Just to let you know, court is coming back. I agree with you. I don't remember hearing anything either. Um, so, and by the way, his tie looks gray and red.
Thank you. In my computer screen, it looked a little pink, so I know that Sheriff Aiken on the stand yesterday wore the pink tie, so I was just curious if it. Okay, let me get it back because I went too far, guys. I apologize. Trying to get us as close to testimony as I can. Here we go. I'm going to get us back in, June, if you're good with that.
I'm good with that.
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed. Mr. State. Thank you, Judge. Judge Espinosa, and again, I'm trying to keep all this in order. The next location that you go to from the jail is where?
This next interview will be from the Wise County Sheriff's Office to my pickup and then driving his route, Horner's route in my pickup.
And so your first destination when you leave the jail in your pickup is where?
Driving the route to the bamboo location.
So let me back up and ask you a couple of questions. Was this your plan to go back and drive the route?
Yes, sir.
And then who gave you directions to get back out there to get to the location?
The defendant did.
And is this the same location you were at an hour or so before you got to the jail?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So he took you to the same place that he took you before?
Yes, sir, which was County Road 4599.
All right. So out on County Road 4599, is this the same bamboo location that we talked about?
Yes, sir. That's the first Location he took us initially, telling us that that's where Athena's body was. We were again directed to that location.
So he's telling you the same story as he told you before and took you to the same location.
Correct, yes, sir.
Now, during this time, you go back out to the bamboo. What do you do when you get back out to this location? And let me ask you, I have to ask you one question before that. What time was it when you got back out to the bamboo?
I can't give you an approximate time. I've been going all day. The sun was down. It was nighttime. It was sometime after dark.
The second question is this the same place that you had been before?
Yes, sir.
And then when you get there, who all is, when I say y'all, if you will, who is the y'all that gets to this location on 4599?
At that time, with me in my vehicle is myself, Tanner Horner, Investigator Oliver, and Ranger Danny Briley. At the location, we have multiple resources still there searching the area.
Okay, so let me make sure I've got the scene here. You guys have been at the jail for an hour or so, maybe more, maybe 2 hours doing this interview.
Yes, sir.
And you have resources that are out on 4599 doing search for Athena, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what kind of resources were being used out there at the bamboo?
I still had all the resources. I didn't let anybody off the hook, so to speak. I still had air ops up. I still had our special operations group out. I had multiple rangers out. I had all the Wise County Sheriff's Office, all personnel there. Game wardens were still helping us. We had still K9. We had every resource that I had initially asked for still actively looking.
So you get back out to the bamboo where Tanner Horner sent you the first time. And what are you asking Tanner Horner when you get back out there the second time?
I'm again going back through, direct me, show me where she's at. What am I missing here? We're searching this area. Are we missing something? Are we missing the drive location? Are we missing something? Okay, if we drive it back, is it going to jog your memory? Again, let's bring Athena home. We need to give family closure. We need to bring her home.
And what is his response to you asking those questions again?
He continues to give me the same answers and responses as before. She's there. That's where I put her. That's where she's at. Same lies over and over. When we do overviews, it's the same things that I know to be lies.
Now, in this particular area, what level of detail about where he put her body is he still providing you at this time?
He's still providing the same details as before.
Has anybody located any trace of her body out there at all?
No, sir.
And so with regard to that statement at that time, he's telling you again that she's out there. What do you know about that statement?
I know that's a lie.
Now, during this process, we had talked about some of your questioning of Tanner Horner. At some point, do you change tactics when you're out there at the bamboo and you're questioning Tanner Horner?
Yes, I do. At that point in my investigation and throughout the course of the interviews with Mr. Horner, I knew that I was going to have to play his game. And I knew that I was going to have to address him as zero in order to find Athena.
And let me just ask you, at some point, do you do that?
I do.
And let me ask you, when you do that, does he respond?
Yes, sir, he does.
And when you do that, is there any change in his attitude or demeanor when you do that?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
At the time when I made the decision on the side of the road, keep in mind, we've got tons of resources out there. I make the decision to do this and make another attempt at getting some truth out of him. When I tell him that know what I've been missing is that I've been talking to the wrong person, that I needed to be talking to zero. His physical demeanor changes. His head goes into a sideways motion. His eyes roll into the back of the head, and he pretends to turn into zero.
All right there in front of your eyes,
Yes, sir.
like magic.
Yes, sir.
All you had to do was ask.
Yes, sir.
So this goes on. He has this change in body language and everything else. Where do you go from there?
At that point, I ask him to take me to Athena, and he says that he will, and we get into my pickup, and he directs me to Bobo's Crossing.
So after 2+ hours, at least or more, of him telling you a story, that she was in this location with significant detail, now he's telling you, oh yeah, I know where she is now. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's more like a combination of 4+ hours.
And so once this goes on, you go directly to where her body is located. Is that right?
Yes, sir. He then directs me directly to her body.
And the location, what's it commonly called?
Bobo's Crossing.
And do you know the actual county road that it's on? Are you familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
And how long does it take you to get from the bamboo scene over to the Bobo Crossing location?
If I recall correctly, I was driving pretty fast to get there. I think it didn't take me long, maybe 15 minutes, maybe less.
So at this point in time, what are you hoping for at this time?
To find Athena and bring her home.
So you get there to, and I'm just going to say Bobo Crossing. Okay, does that work for you?
Yes, sir.
You get there and you get on scene. Is Tanner Horner able to tell you the various details about how he went about dumping her body there?
Yes, sir. He is.
Let me, Judge, if I may.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to show you what I've marked, because it states Exhibit 39 and 40, a couple of maps there. Do you recognize that location?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is one of those kind of a 1,000-foot view, and then one of them's a little more zoomed in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that the location you were talking about as where Tanner Horner directed you to where Athena's body was?
Yes, sir, it is. County Road 4668.
Okay. And by looking at that, are you going to be able to explain and tell the jury where he parked, where he dumped the body, and things of that nature?
Absolutely.
Judge Wiedhofer states 39 and 40.
No objection.
States 39 and 40 are admitted.
Mr. Berry's working on it. I'm going to ask you a couple more questions. This location we're talking about, Bobo Crossing, what is the closest main thoroughfare to this location?
As far as what the,
Highway, FM, what's the closest one to it?
I think it's the road that goes back up north. I think that's still 51, I believe, back to the west.
Well, we'll show you the map here. So in this particular map here, the road we see going through the middle, is that what you're referring to as the Bobo Crossing Road?
Yes, sir. It goes east and west.
Okay. And you get to that from another farm to market road, right?
Yes, sir.
And so as you get here, is this where Tanner Horner directed you to go?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And did Tanner Horner give you specific directions on turn by turn on how to get from where you were to this location?
Yes, sir. From the bamboo location to there, he gave me directions on how to get there.
Okay. And at some point, did he explain to you why he knew this was this location was here in this area?
Yes, sir. He stated that he passed it every day on his way home.
So in this particular map here from up above, We see what is, looks to be a creek or a river there going north and south. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, sir.
And do you know what that creek or river is?
Yes, sir. It's a portion of the Trinity.
And so we get here. I'm going to show you the zoomed in version here. And I just want to make sure where we are. Same as before, just zoomed in.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did Tanner Horner tell you that he parked his truck at this location?
If you look at your first 4668 marker there, if you go up, there's a rail that goes across. You can't hardly see it too much from the picture as it depicts, but there's a guardrail that goes essentially north and south. He told me he backed his truck there, and then from there he took Athena to the edge and put her in the river.
Let me slow you down a little bit and ask you a couple of questions.
Okay.
The little dirt spot we see just on the north side of the highway, that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
And then as we see, and if we were to walk down through there, and I think we'll see a little bit of it on the video, but as we walk down through there, you said there's some form of barrier that one would have to cross to get from the dark parking spot there to the actual river. Is that correct?
Correct. It's like a guardrail to keep vehicles from going further down.
Makes sense. And so at this point, did Tanner Horner say that he pulled in straight towards that guardrail or backed in, or how did he say that he parked his vehicle?
I believe the initial statement was that he backed in.
So he told you he backed in there, and then what did he tell you he did in order to retrieve Athena's body from the back of the truck? What did he do?
He told me he grabbed her and dragged her down to the creek.
And let me ask you a couple of questions. This vehicle on the back of it, does it have a door that we would open, like a back of a van door, or does it have some form of roll-up door?
On that particular truck, it's a roll-up door.
And so he told you he would have rolled up the door and removed her body from the back of the truck. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now let's talk about what he told you about how he got her specifically from that area over to where the water. I think you used the term drag. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How did he tell you that he drug her body from the back of the truck over to where the water was?
The exact statement that he made, obviously we're going to see here in a little bit, but it was in fact that he drug her body to the creek.
Okay. Now, let me ask you just a little bit here. I noticed on this, there appears to be a little clearing here on the other side of the guardrail towards the water. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And it looks to be there are a couple of trails and other things that go around that.
Yes, sir.
Where did Tanner say that he went to put her body in the water?
To the left of that flat white spot that you see there on the north side of the road, right off the river, right to the left side of that, there's a drop down into the river.
And this is what I would believe, because people would fish from there or something else. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, you could just access it by walking down, which would make the river accessible to you for whatever recreation you were taking part in.
So the distance between where he started dragging her body on one side of that barrier, all the way down the trail, down the side and down to the water, how far is that?
I can't give you an exact measurement, but it's got to be at least 30 yards or more.
Okay, so 100 feet or more?
Yes, sir.
And then down to the water?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this terrain that's there, is it smooth and flat like a sidewalk?
No, sir. It's rocky, rough. As you're walking in, it was muddy at that particular time. So it was not easily accessible, especially not at night.
And so his statement is that did he tell you if he drug her by her feet or by her arms, or how did he drag her?
I don't remember the exact statement. I'd have to reflect back to the video.
Okay. And then we get down to the water. He's now drug her down to the water, and what does he tell you that he did once he got her to the edge of the water?
He told me he dropped her right there over the edge.
Let me ask you, so you get there, you're there in your truck now.
Mm-hmm.
Ranger Briley is there with you. Investigator Oliver is there with you. Tanner Horner is there with you.
Correct.
Does he give you directions to go down where it was? Do you go with him? What is the process by which you got down to where he dumped her body?
We get to that location at Bubbles Crossing, to the guardrail portion of that location, and I pull him out of the truck, and he physically directs me down to where he put her body.
So he takes you all the way down to there.
Yes, sir.
When you get down there, tell me a little bit about the water conditions and the depth of the water when you get down there.
Obviously, that portion of the creek, the water goes approximately 1 foot and gradually increases to the middle of the creek. So it goes from shallow to deep. The water's very murky. At that time, it was stagnant, so it was hard to see.
And let me ask you, when you got down there, Ranger Espinoza, did you find a theme?
Did.
Tell me about, was she in the water?
Yes, sir.
How deep was the water that she was in?
I'd say approximately 3 feet where she was at.
Were you able to see her clearly walking up on him?
I wasn't initially, so when I first walked up to the edge of the creek, he told me she's right there. That's where I put her. And based on the water visibility, it was dark. I had a flashlight. I angled the flashlight at different angles, and I was able to see her nude body buoyant beneath the water.
Now, when you could see that, did you see the entirety of the body or just parts of it?
Partially.
And how were you, what did you have to do to be able to see them? What was the manner of means you were able to have?
I had to adjust my flashlight in a certain way where I could see, but it was very clear she was there once I did that.
Right where he finally told you she was.
Yes, sir.
Now, in the water, what is her position in the water, if you remember?
Based on my location, I could see that she was obviously buoyant beneath the water, and it appeared that she was face down with her arms at her side.
Time out. I'm glad it's not just me.
Thank you, sir.
Go ahead. Thank you, Judge. So now you've located her in the water, you've now used your flashlight, you've spotted her. You said that her body had no clothes.
No, sir.
Let's talk just a little bit of that and take a short detour here. At some point during this, you had told me before in your testimony today, you had a conversation with Tanner Horner about her clothes and whether or not she had clothes on. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did he tell you that she had her clothes on?
Yes, sir.
Is that true?
No, sir.
Now, at some point after this, after you located her body and after you've done what we'll talk about in just a second, do you have another conversation with him about her clothes?
Yes, sir.
And what does Tanner Horner tell you he did with those clothes?
eventually ends up telling me he kept her clothes and she was in fact nude.
Now, about how long is this video from when you leave until you've now found her body?
I would say maybe 45 minutes.
And once you find her body, what do you do in response to locating her body?
There's obviously everybody following me because they're wondering where the heck I'm going. So I'm able to maintain everybody up top and immediately maintain the scene integrity, which was everybody get the heck out of here, shut it down, hold it, let's secure the scene, and let's get crime scene here to process the scene.
So at that point, you secured the scene, and so your role as far as the scene is concerned, you're done. You're going to bring CSI in and whoever else is to handle that part.
Correct. Yeah, it's part of some of the resources I already had on standby, which was the Texas Rangers crime scene team, Wise County crime scene, and FBI ERT, which is their crime scene team.
And I guess what I'm saying is, for questions with regard to CSI actual recovery of Athena's body, those are those people we would need to talk to. Is that right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
So you've got the scene secure. You still have Mr. Horner with you. What do you do next?
I load him back up in the truck and I take him back to the Wise County Sheriff's Office, continuing to get, some more details, some more facts.
Yes, sir.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 37. Similar to before, have you reviewed that?
I have.
And how do we know that you've reviewed that?
It's got my initials on it.
And what is that?
It's going to be essentially what we deemed body recovery or the field interview.
And that would be from the jail as we saw leaving all the way until we located her.
Correct. Yes, sir.
And it is the actual location of her body contained on this video to some extent.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I don't know how clear it is based on the fact that it's on a body camera, but you'll be able to kind of see what I just walked you guys through.
Judge, good offer State's 37.
Any objections, any additional objections other than those previously brought to my attention?
No further objections, Your Honor.
Those objections previously brought remain overruled, and State's Exhibit 37 is admitted.
I bet. Sorry. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Well, just smoke the face, or if you have to get out and do it. Me and one of the managers.
What's getting hurt really? It's a metal truck. I mean, are these fabric or are they vinyl?
I was vaping there for a little bit, but then I got sick with COVID like 2 weeks ago. And I switched back to smoking because I didn't need all the fluid on my lungs because a friend of mine had like serious lung damage because he was vaping while he was sick.
Yeah.
Stuck with me, so
Well, they said there's more chemicals in vape stuff than nicotine. I mean, there's a lot of chemicals in nicotine, but they say it's like double what's in vape or vapes.
well, with the vapes, really all it is vegetable glycerin, some nicotine. So,
It smells good sometimes.
like the juice I make one is the maple syrup flavor. It makes me crave pancakes.
Smell of syrup makes me crave pancakes and waffles. Man, find a good waffle, that's hard.
Well, I go to the city a lot. Waffle House is always good.
They're chocolate chip pancake waffles. They don't overdo the chocolate chips. So I used to get like a grilled chicken sandwich and a chocolate chip pancake waffle. That was good stuff right there.
See, I get the chocolate chip pancake waffle, but I also get an omelet and like 2 sides of hash browns.
Woo. I knew.
Cheesy hash browns, greatest thing.
Oh, cheese and with onions. And sometimes caps. Little
See, I
mustard.
can only have the onions if they're like caramelized, otherwise I'm like,
Too much freshness. Or archer. I got you.
kind of also just.
I didn't used to eat onions until I got about 30 years old. And I started realizing I like to taste the onions, especially purple onions.
Surprisingly though, they're actually not called purple onions, it's called red onions. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, I know.
It's definitely.
I still call them by what I see. I'm just that way. Yeah, talking about Waffle House making me hungry. I'm a big boy. Somebody was talking about a patty melt earlier, and I'm like,
Whataburger? Oh.
yeah, Whataburger patty melt. I was like, what? Whataburger patty melt, some fries, and that strawberry shake. Oh.
Have you tried the Dr. Pepper shake?
Not too much of a fan, honestly. I like Dr. Pepper. Yeah.
See, I don't like regular Dr. Pepper, but I will drink the Dr. Pepper shake.
I mean, I like Dr. Pepper, but their shake just doesn't seem quite right to me for some reason. So, I don't know if it's just me or what. Oh, man. I'm just thanking the Lord it's not 30 degrees right now. It's crazy, though. Goes from 28 degrees to...
My conversations with God right now are a little bit different.
I do understand. This is not a great situation. I appreciate you being honest with us. So,
What happens if I get an attorney right now?
you get an attorney right now? I mean, that's your choice, your legal right.
And
But
I don't know what happened.
you're still gonna go through the process of going to jail, you're still gonna do all that. So, I'd like you to be honest with us and finish this out. I mean,
I told you guys pretty much everything at this point.
oh, I know you have.
I was gonna grab the cigarettes and like light up another one.
Did you stick them in his pocket? You sure did. Dirty dog. I'm sorry. I had a dirty dog. It's not down here. Oh, you good. We got trustees that, you can toss it down and swap it out. Because we got trustees that come out here and clean up, and they'll find it and they'll take care of it. Because
So still, it doesn't feel right.
I understand. So,
The last time I was in handcuffs was like 4 years ago. First suicide, that was
what'd you do to attempt suicide?
trying to handle myself.
What happened?
I didn't tie a knot, I just kind of tied it around my neck and yeah. And then
Did you hang it from a door?
the door opened a little bit after I went unconscious and
Okay, yeah, I've actually seen that.
yeah, I woke up with a big old fucking knot on my head one night before.
Sure, a big headache too.
I had like a constant headache. I'm like halfway convinced I have a tumor in my brain.
I mean, people happen sometimes, man. You ever get it checked out?
No, I'm the kind of person where I don't go to the hospital until the very last second, which, you know, that's probably the best thing in the world. Like, I have like random heart palpitations and stuff because I drink a lot of energy drinks. Like, I even had a mild heart attack like a year ago. That's yeah, absolutely.
I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, did he take him? Good. The other guy. No, he did. You got the cigarette? I think I put him on track. Hang on. Hey Joe, taking your truck out? Don't mind. Windshield jack camera mount? Oh, never mind. I'm not my truck. Jesus. I'm sorry. If I have my truck, I can give it to you. Yeah. 5-star review, remember that. 5-star review.
I had 60. If I could give my 6 stars.
It's free too. Yeah.
Free.
How was my driving?
Not as bad as the cops before, but
Come on in. Take shot there, man. I got you, brother.
just sit them up around. Somewhere. Nice truck. Oh, it's all right. It gets from point A to point B.
I got plenty of room.
All right. I forgot to push the button. Thank you. Can you let the guys that are out there looking, let them know we're coming back out?
Yep. I'll let them know. Or I'll let Marco know.
Oliver, did you do the same? Because I think the O one was the one asking. Guess I'm not going to be able to make it into work on Sunday.
That makes you work Sundays?
Right now, we're going through peak season, which, to be honest, it's kind of a pain in the butt.
Late hours, after work.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to roll that up. Oh, here you go.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was gonna roll that up for you.
I was rolling it up for him. I don't mind the cold.
Oh, yeah. Is it cold out there?
Yeah, it's a little nippy.
lady she usually call?
About an hour ago.
Okay. Well, let's just get this kind of thing behind us and then we'll go from there, okay? Don't worry, you're usually a good driver.
Technically, I'm still employed with him. We're not.
So is that your money?
Yeah, I just didn't like the whole being a 1099 thing.
Oh, I didn't know it was that.
Yeah,
I thought it was big enough for the.
you think, right? These years, they're still doing the whole 1099 thing, which I think is ridiculous.
From there, where we're at, it's not up on 51 south.
Not really. I don't know anything.
So this is right south of Decatur. You come in on 51, you're right south of Decatur. Do you not take 51 into your routes?
Not really.
No.
I mean, if I'm picking up stops off of another person, sometimes I'll take 51. Normally, I just cross over 51.
The thing about 51 too is it's very busy. So where did you drive Uber at? Just around Fort Worth?
Yeah, forward. I tried to stay out of Dallas, but I know it was better money, so sometimes I would get Dallas.
Keep me honest, Oliver, on is it 2351?
Sorry, what?
Which road are we going to?
We're gonna turn left on 114. We're going back to 4599.
Yeah, we're going to be crossing right where he showed us the bamboo.
Yeah. So we'll just turn left on 114, then we're on 51 again, and then 459, and you're right.
What is it? You kind of recognize where we're at now, Tanner? DB, can you pull up your maps? Oh, never mind. No worry about it. What you trying to do? I was just trying to pull up a map. It's alright. It's alright. Yeah, no, I'm good. I just wanted to kind of give them a visual as what we're doing it. Get you another cigarette too when we get out here. Roll the windows down, let you smoke. Does that sound good? Yes, sir. If you see something familiar, you recognize something, we're trying to jog your memory here, okay? It was dark and you were worked up, so. Was it dark when you tossed her in there? Yes, sir. Sorry? Yes, sir. Do you think the darkness can confuse you a little bit?
Nah, that's why that man with me all the time. Like I said a couple times before, I literally stop at being there sometimes.
Traffic's pretty backed up.
It's actually about the right time.
Traffic's way of days. They're down by now. 14's a different story. So this is about the time, right? You're saying this is about the time you put her out here?
Oh, you're testing and driving.
Well, I'm actually looking and driving, but it's just as bad.
Nah, just had a blister.
Sorry, I can do that. I appreciate that too.
What was it back to you?
No, so he does give me a hard time. Everybody gives me a hard time though. Okay, so we're getting pretty close to 114, obviously. Is this jogging your memory at all? Crossing the bridge, approaching 114, we're going to take a left on 114. Right here, like, we're less than a mile and a half from it. It just, we were across this railroad crossing. And then it's 114. There's a couple of bridges here. still that quick where they go.
Yeah.
Is this jogging remember at all? Is this 114th right here? I just want to keep you aware of your surroundings, that way if ever gets jumped.
I think I know this area. I think I've delivered here a couple times. Is 51 that way?
51's this way. No. Yeah, oh yeah, I'm sorry. You go around and then it turns into 51 south, around that little bridge. So 51 south and then 114. Is that what you meant?
Yeah. I didn't even know that, like, 51 went past the bridge.
Okay, so. We're 114. Okay. Do I need to turn off 50? Yeah, I need to go 51 to yeah, okay. So wherever you cross track, where do we cross track?
Technically, you don't even have to take 51. There's also a turn in.
Yeah, off 114, but we want to retrace your steps, so we're gonna cut off on 51 and go that way.
Okay. What happens when I get in the turn in?
Sir?
What happens when I get in the turn in? I don't know the legal system right.
Yeah, like I told you earlier, I can't really give you legal advice. Obviously, you know, just the same thing as what I explained to your rights earlier. Just it's basically the rights you have afforded to you. Okay, we are like right at a mile from that road. Is there anything jog your memory?
I mean, I didn't go on this part of the road.
Okay, yeah,
I passed over 51.
okay. But you usually do that on a regular basis, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So
It's right here.
yeah. So this is where you crossed.
Yes, sir. Actually, at the time, there was someone being pulled over. I think they're getting a DOT inspection. And they were pulled over like right there.
Okay. Now we're on the road. Thank you. Okay, so now we're on the road. And we are I'm going to slow down a little bit just in case something comes back to you, okay? So are you going normal speed, I guess? And anything out of the norm? Or I guess that truck has monitors and stuff in it that keep keeps your speed regulated, right?
I mean, I don't know. I think if you go over speed limits, it like might ding something, but we never get told anything about it.
Okay, so now we're approaching here, right? Okay. Anything?
All right, there.
Remember this intersection, obviously, 'cause you gotta make a stop.
A couple times I've read this not noticing it when I'm heading the other way because it's kind of a little bit hidden. And it's at a weird spot.
Okay. You remember this house right here?
The one being built. I've actually been watching that one being built for a while.
Okay.
Sounds like Cassie's dog.
Okay. You still good with it? Okay. And you remember this house right here?
Yeah. I stopped right past the van room so people in the house couldn't see.
Okay. So we're here now, right? All right. We're dropping here. And then you get to the spot right here. Do you stop before the bamboo or after the
A
bamboo?
little bit after the van.
Okay, so tell me where you stop before I stop.
Forward more.
We're gonna rewalk your steps, okay?
It's further.
Further.
Yeah. I did a judging based on
Okay.
how I can see the house. A little bit more up.
Okay.
And there.
Right here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't have to hug me.
Okay. Let's walk your steps first, okay? Okay, can you kind of reenact that?
I was looking back to the rear.
Okay, and you think she was pretty close?
Yeah.
Like pretty close to the,
Yes, sir.
okay. Walk in about how close you think she was. About right there, that close to the road? Okay. Okay. Are you sure it wasn't this side, or? Yes, sir. You're 100% positive about it? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, let's put some light on it now. I know it's kind of dark. Now shine it that way. Okay, and now shine it back. And you think it was right there? Yes, sir. Okay. You can't do it. Okay. Show us. About right here. What were you thinking when you touched it? Straight? You remember that hard tree being there, that bigger tree in the middle of that?
In this spot.
This spot?
I'm just saying this spot in general. I can't move my arms over there. I'm trying around this.
So about this is what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Well, typically, it's this spot.
Because this is where I hurt.
I understand.
I part just enough to where the muscle can get it.
Okay, let's go back over to the truck, smoke a cigarette real quick. Back up. There you go. Is there any way you could be confused?
No, sir.
If we go to your house and look or anything like that, is that gonna change anything?
No, sir. My fiance lives with me.
Okay, so
There's no way.
so you wouldn't take her back?
Was they say you don't shit where you eat? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Where you?
Why don't you come over there? Like 3 or 4 cars, like in a row. And I think that would be way too obvious versus on over like this.
Gotcha. So that's kind of the dead end down there?
Like people are gonna remember a FedEx truck parked on a private road.
I gotcha.
Something like this, people will just think, oh, they're just trying to get their next package home.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes complete sense.
I'm smarter than a lot of people. A lot of people think I'm dumb.
Some people are pretty judgmental, man. So, ain't my right. I just want to go to one time. It's too expensive, though.
Imagine the fuel alone is pricey.
Oh, I've heard about the fuel costs of those things going up for a little while. What it's saying. Well, yeah, this economy's kind of going crazy right now. Doesn't have to be, but.
I try not to blame whoever's in office, but it's hard not to.
Well, they sent $91 billion overseas. It's kind of hard not to blame them. And they can't track 20 billion of it. You didn't know that? They've been trying to track it all. They lost track of 20 billion. Don't know where 20 billion went.
$20 billion.
American dollars. Money your money. 20 billion of it. Yeah. And when they ask about it, they're like,
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. No.
Now, who made the money?
Who made the money? We don't know. I mean, it's just printed, but I mean, when you send $21 billion over there for aid, we don't know where it went to. So it went to somebody's pocket.
We have homeless people in our whole freaking country. Why do we have to help other people?
100% with you. 100% with you. We need to help our homeless veterans, our homeless people, take care of them, feed our starving, our hungry children. But I'm just dumped out. So I don't know.
We can talk you down. And she's
I'll be honest with you, man. It doesn't look like she's here.
That's what's worrying.
Do you think she was actually dead?
I didn't check. I just kind of assumed because she defecated on herself.
Yeah. You pick her up in your arms or by her clothes? What? I mean, which one? In your arms or by her clothes? Okay. Oh man, when I went in there, something stabbed in my eye. My eye's irritated now. Yeah. Little piece of bamboo leaf. I think I'm allergic to bamboo. And there's no chance you could have done a little further or back. Now 3549.
So originally, the plan was I was going to go on that private road and dump her, but then
Yes. I understand. Because our main goal is to get her, get her remains home, close it out.
I mean, I think it might be possible somebody picked her up at the same time, like, you know what I mean?
I mean, that's random person picks her up. It's gonna be, why they come forward and stuff like that. I'm a hero, I found her, stuff like that, you know what I mean?
Unless they were not right.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, I noticed there's quite a bit of tweakers out there.
Quite a bit.
Sorry, not just sitting here wrapping my brain and thinking, it's like, Tanner's being completely honest with me, completely cooperative with me. He's been upfront and honest, and it just clicked to me. Is it Zero that's fucking with me? That's not wanting to tell me where she's at? Zero, tell me where she's at. Where? Bottom of the creek, which creek? Can you take me to the Zero? Take me to it. Tanner, trust me, why can't you trust me? I'm giving you trust. Let me take her home. Let's take her home. Come on. You need to get in the truck? Woman. Until they get to some. Right on 7:30. I need a little bit of trust me the entire time. I apologize, bro. I wasn't aware you were willing to talk to me. I'm not gonna let you around for that. Could you get out there and tell them to move, please? Hey, come on, let's out real quick. We need out. We need out. So, driver, I just keep going this way. Go slow or anything here. Get closer. Get close. Slow down. Yes. See where all those cars are? Take a left. Go slow. Okay. There we go. Where those trucks are? Those trucks are at? Yes. Where did you park? Right here. Okay. Where'd you put it? I'll show you. Did you put her in the water? You got her in the water? How far in there?
Tossed her in, got back in the truck, started driving off. No, let's hear it back in.
When you
He's not realizing.
zero, when you threw her in, were you down there? Were you closer to the? I got you. Oh, it's very slow.
Hold it.
Got it? Were you this far down, or did you step a little?
Right there.
You tossed her in right there? Did she sink? Did she sink? Did you tie something to her?
Go left. Right there. Right there.
Oh, yeah,
She's there.
there she is.
Okay. Let's go.
Thank you, Zero.
Zero.
Oh.
Stand by. Stand by.
I'll walk you down there. Hold on.
Sit there with it for a second.
That's awesome. It's great. Proud of you.
Yeah. Zero, thank you for getting me here. But I've got a question, Zero.
Hold on. What happened?
Am I talking to Tanner now?
Yeah. What's?
I need Zero. I need to ask Zero one more question. Zero, can you come out? Zero, I need you. Talk to me. I know Tanner didn't sexually assault this girl. I know Tanner didn't hurt this girl, but I know you did. Did you sexually assault this little girl?
No.
Did you kill this little girl, Zero?
I wouldn't do it.
Thank you for bringing me to her. Thank you for letting me get her home. I'm gonna have to back up.
How do you feel?
Like I want to hurt Tanner.
Why do you want to hurt Tanner?
Because he's a coward. He's always been a coward.
I'm so good.
Who's been a coward?
Bitch boy.
Is that what you call him?
He's kind of a bitch.
Why do you say that?
Keep going, Joe. Keep going. We've got that road stopped for you.
or a bitch boy?
Because he made me come out. He made me tell him, "Oh, not alone." He's mad at me.
You did the right thing. We needed to get her home. That's the only way to do it. We needed to get her home. If something happened to somebody you cared for, wouldn't you want them to come home? Zero, how long have you been with Tanner?
About 6 months.
Where'd you come from?
I don't know.
What made you come to Tanner?
It's vulnerable.
Where did you find it?
What do you mean, where did I find it?
Where'd you find him? What was the location you found him at? Did you just find him at home? Did you find him when he was in a dark place? Did you find him when? Did he come to you?
I found him when he started taking his medicine.
That's when he first came out?
He wanted to die. I would have. He seems to be more in control most of the time. Why do you want to talk to me?
Zero, you've been more helpful than Tanner right now. Tanner was really honest, but you helped me, so I want to know why you took advantage of Tanner. Tanner was honest, and he was really helpful. But you wouldn't let Tanner tell me where she was at. I had to talk to you to get the truth.
And I didn't know. Last thing I can remember was leaving her in the bamboo.
Did you go back to the bamboo again? You didn't go back to the bamboo and get her and then bring her here?
Immediately after she was put in the bamboo.
Immediately? So you,
Tanner couldn't handle this reality. So I took over.
what was his reality?
The fact that he let a child die.
So is Tanner telling us the truth on how everything happened?
His truth.
What's your truth on it? What's your take on it? How did it happen?
I tried getting into her, that little girl. She was going to put us away for a long time.
Sorry,
That's vehicular assault.
sorry,
Even if it's on accident. So I took the initiative to make her go.
but everything that he told us is correct other than where you put her.
Pretty much. But the thing he didn't want to tell you about me.
Why?
Because he's clearly in that case.
So was that your attempt at getting me to talk to you when you were on the porch? Because obviously that wasn't Tanner. Or was that Tanner warning me about you?
That was his warning.
Is there anything that Tanner left out that I need to know? You think I need to know? Because obviously,
There's dinner left out.
is there anything you left out?
That's if you wanted to know anything else from me.
Yeah, what did you leave out?
I tried to set it up like someone else did it.
How did you do that?
Came up with an entire story.
Is that where the story about the green van and the Hispanic male came from?
Yeah.
Is that what you told those agents?
I talked to them. He was too scared.
The guy was too scared to talk to you, to talk to Zero?
Taylor was too scared.
Zero. Is there anything else I need to know? Did you do anything else to that little girl?
No.
Was that your biggest fear, that Tanner would get y'all put away?
Trying to stop him. Constantly.
What was he saying?
Fuck him.
Did you immediately, as soon as y'all hit her, did you come out and take over? Or fear that maybe Tanner would get y'all put away? Or did it take some time?
Tanner was worried about little shit. What about the poor little girl? Oh, no.
Why didn't you want to help her? Do you want to help anybody?
No. Other than myself.
Have you ever been anywhere else, Zero? Have you ever done this before?
No.
Is this your first time?
Of course. Well, but the opposite of the time. I'm not stressed. Right now, he just doesn't know how to deal with anything. Just trapped in his psyche, talking in his ear.
Have you ever made Tanner do this before this time?
There's never been a situation like this.
So if y'all hadn't hit her with the truck, you would have never done this. If Tanner hadn't ever hit her with the truck.
Tanner would have hit her with the truck, and none of this would have happened. Right now, we'd be getting ready to go out to the bar and celebrate our brand new car.
Do y'all go to the bar often?
On occasion. Tanner and Cassie like karaoke.
Have you ever tried to hurt Cassie for any reason?
No.
Does Cassie know about Zero?
She does.
How does she know about Zero?
We've talked.
What does Cassie say to you? What do you think of her?
Oh, I like her.
She nice to you?
Yeah. But between us, she likes it better when I fuck her versus what Tanner does.
I mean, why is that?
She likes it rough. But now, Tanner has to take over.
Tanner has to take over when?
All the fucking time.
How long does Tanner stay away? How long do you keep him away? Does it come and go, or do you take over for long periods of time?
The longer I've been here, the longer I'm able to keep in control. I've even found ways to block Tanner out.
How do you do that?
I make him go to sleep.
How long does he stay asleep?
Long as I'm willing to.
How do you make him go to sleep?
Just make him.
So, when you killed that little girl, was Tanner trying to stop you? Was he trying to come out, or did you put him to sleep?
He was trying to come out. Just sleeping in the rooms with him.
What did you tell him?
But then if he didn't stop trying to stop me, he would be next.
What was his response to that?
He did help him up and put him to sleep.
Oliver, BB, y'all got any questions for Zero?
I have a feeling when we get to the sheriff's office, we can talk to him at the table. Better environment.
Zero said you only been here 6 months. 8 months. In those 8 months, how have you made Tanner's life better?
If you think that's my goal, you're sadly mistaken.
Is your goal to improve Tanner's life?
Why does it seem like I want to be on top of that?
Is that your sole reason for coming in to Tanner?
He doesn't have a way to go. All of us worthless parents, we drugged up junkies. Not being able to deal with anything. Like, he needed me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any way to go.
Did you come in at a time in Tanner's life where he was having trouble coping with everything?
He was trying to kill himself. He'd been planning for 2 months. When I came around, 2 more months, and he was still planning. And the dumb bastard has to go to hell. Humanity.
Why did you do this to her?
Well, I can't have any fun if I'm in jail.
Say what?
try to deal fun. So you're saying that's why you didn't flip it to me? I'm a very big fan of the white stuff. Cocaine or meth? Cocaine. Is Tanner or just you? No, Tanner just likes me. But you were all that crazy. More fun that way. He just wants to relax.
Why did this happen? Why did this happen to her?
So Tanner wouldn't hit her with that truck, this would have never happened. Right.
Why her and not someone else?
Because he hit her with the truck. So you never intended to hurt anyone unless it was going to potentially cost you your freedom. You would never just randomly hurt somebody. Tanner doesn't want me. So Tanner keeps you suppressed from hurting anybody. But if, when you hurt her, that kept you from partying, that kept you from your cocaine, that kept you from doing what Zero likes to do. So you knew if you didn't take control, that Tanner would get you put in jail. Is that right? Right. But you knew if you didn't take complete control and take care of business, Tanner wouldn't. Because he's like, what?
And Zero is who? What is he?
Wanting to get stuff done. What's your main goal, Zero? Is it just to party and live and slowly push Tanner out? I wouldn't be able to push Tanner out even if I wanted to. Why's that? Is it hard for somebody out when they've been around that long? Just past the right there. It is. I find it to be completely impossible to get rid of it completely. Yeah. But this is the first time you've been in anybody? What do you mean? You've never taken on somebody else, you've never been with any other person? Only Tanner? Well, I was gone for several years. Why? This isn't the first time I've been around Tanner. When were you around Tanner before? Oh, when he was 12 or 13. Did you do anything when he was 12 or 13? Did you hurt anybody then? Only Tanner. I see that. You know, look at my arm. You'll know. So this is the first and only time Zero's hurt anybody. What did you do to him? How did you hurt him? I As you say, look at your arm, but what'd you do? Tell me about it.
Took a box cutter, slashed as hard as I could.
On where? His wrist?
Yeah,
You could have killed him.
that was the goal.
But then what happens when he dies?
I'm afraid.
That you won't be able to pardon you to do the things Zero likes to do.
Self-destruction is a beauty.
Zero, how did you choose that spot? Particular.
What do you mean?
Why that spot?
What spot?
The spot where you took her body.
Because I knew Taylor would tell. Eventually.
So that was the spot where she might not be found. Did you wrap anything around her? Did you do anything to weigh her down?
Like what?
Like anything? Rocks, anything tied to her, anything like that?
No.
Did you turn your phone off, Zero?
Yes.
When did you turn your phone off?
When I took over,
What did you do that for?
so nobody would know.
Were you afraid somebody was going to track you on your phone? It said so nobody would know.
Exactly.
Where'd you get that idea from?
TV.
All the crime shows and stuff, I'm sure? You saying yes?
Rangers coming back in. Espinosa with the Rangers coming back in. Yes. Sergeant Oliver, Investigator Oliver, we're going to the sheriff's court.
No. Just open the gate. Zero, do you smoke? Let's get you another smoke. Give it that.
You wish to stop and take a good point? Yeah, if we can. There's some left and then there's one after this. Okay. Do y'all want to stop for today and start up in the morning? I'm fine with that, Your Honor, if you are. Is that agreeable with the defense?
Yes, Your Honor, I refer to the court.
Okay, we're gonna stop for the day, okay? Go back to your jury room and I'll have Deputy Keaton, tell you, give you an update on tomorrow. I need to talk to the lawyer, all right?
Okay, we have stopped for the day in the Texas versus Warner trial. We're going to wait for a few moments to see if the judge is going to have anything else to say, but Court TV has shut off its feed. So now we're going to be strictly waiting for jury deliberation. As you can see, the jury clock is at 5 hours and 55 minutes and 50 seconds. I'm with as long as it's gone today and tomorrow and yesterday, it pretty much is it'll be 6 hours total for both days. The longer the deliberation goes on, sometimes it does not look good for the prosecution. And I'm just really hoping that it comes back to the verdict we all want. But I'm starting to get it may be going into a hung jury. I'm not yet convinced that they're convinced that it's a not guilty. So we'll have to wait and see. While we've done that, I have downloaded some things in Discord to help fill up some time. And I will let Andrew get it ready to share. And there's some cases that we have followed or did follow, and now there's some new stuff coming out on them. So it just kind of helps keeps us up to date on some of the things. And there's a current cold case trial going on in Florida right now that actually was in session, I believe, for just 2 days and is already in jury deliberation. So that case moved pretty quickly. So Angela, anytime you're ready.
All right, give me 1 second. I'm looking to see what we have. All right, I see it. Let's
And I'll
make
go
it.
ahead and I'll keep the court TV up and running in the background to watch the verdict clock.
Okay. All right. I'm just getting it pulled up. Hold on 1 second. I had to embiggen it. All right, here we go. All right. This one is the former American Idol star breaks silence in court in wife's red room case.
All rise.
Please have a seat. We're on the record. Good afternoon. It's Monday, April 6, 2026. We are here on case number 26CR 88. The matter's captioned State of Ohio versus Caleb C. Flynn. Are you Caleb Flynn, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. This matter comes on for a status conference. Here on behalf of Mr. Flynn is Attorney Patrick Mulligan, as well as Emily Smith. On behalf of the state is Prosecuting Attorney Paul Watkins and Assistant Prosecuting Attorney Bailey Arnett. The court met with counsel briefly in chambers to discuss some outstanding motion that we discussed at the last time we were here at the pretrial. That motion is still pending, and the court will be setting that procedurally for, I believe it's April 10th, this Friday at 10:30 a.m. on the motion for non-dissemination of evidence. And that's the defense motion. We've also talked about an outstanding issue at that pretrial conference that was held on March 30th. The court disclosed a potential conflict of interest or an appearance of impropriety. For the record, the court has disclosed, that it had recently employed a staff attorney who was formerly employed by the Miami County Prosecutor's Office. The staff attorney was employed at the prosecutor's office during the period when this case was under investigation, but was no longer employed by that office prior to the filing of the indictment. The staff attorney had no involvement in the investigation, the strategy, or prosecution of this case, and primarily performed civil work for the office. While working for the prosecutor's office, the staff attorney was assigned to limited legal research relating to a public records request on this case. The staff attorney played no role in the grand jury proceedings or in a decision made regarding the state's presentment of the case to the grand jury. The staff attorney has further represented that they have no confidential or non-public information related to this case. And then following the court's disclosure, the Miami County Prosecutor's Office confirmed that it was unaware of any substantive participation by the staff attorney in the investigation, charging decision, or grand jury presentment in this matter, and advised the staff attorney left the prosecutor's office before the grand jury presentment and indictment. The parties have presented to the court a joint waiver on a potential conflict of interest and or appearance of impropriety. I'm first going to, counsel, would you agree with that, Mr. Mulligan?
Yes, sure.
Okay. And Mr. Watkins on behalf of the state?
Yes, sure.
Okay. And Mr. Flynn, you've been presented with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to speak to you first with regard to it. If you would please stand and raise your right hand, I'm going to swear you in. Mr. Flynn, do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give this court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can have a seat for this. Sir, please state your full name for the record.
Caleb Carl Flynn,
And what is your date of birth?
May 13th, 1986,
And what is your age?
39 years old.
And your educational level?
I have a degree in college.
A bachelor's?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
And you can read and write the English language?
Yes, Your Honor.
As you sit here today, are you under the influence of any medication, drugs, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Have you ever suffered from mental illness or disease?
No, Your Honor.
And you're not under the influence of any substances at this day, as of today?
No, Your
And
Honor.
that would affect your ability to understand today's proceedings?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Mulligan, based upon your conversations and interactions with Mr. Flynn, do you believe he's capable of understanding the proceedings and executing this waiver?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you. Based upon the testimony of Mr. Flynn, it appears that the defendant is alert, reasonably educated, not under the influence of alcohol, drugs, and is capable of understanding and participating in today's proceedings. So, Mr. Flynn, do you understand the potential conflict situation that was described here on the record?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions at all about that situation?
No, Your Honor.
So I'm going to show you a multi-page document. Do you recognize this as the joint waiver?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you read it over?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you understand it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did Mr. Mulligan answer any questions you might have with regard to what is stated in it?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you have any questions of the court?
No, Your Honor.
Do you recall signing the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you the third page. Mr. Flynn, is that your signature on the top right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And under the acknowledgement, is that your signature?
Yes, Your Honor.
Let the record reflect that Mr. Flynn has identified a signature on the waiver, joint waiver of potential conflict and or appearance of impropriety. So Mr. Flynn, do you understand you have a right to object to my continued involvement in this case? And you may request that I be disqualified or that this matter be reassigned to a different judge.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you discussed this issue fully with your attorneys?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that you have the opportunity for further discovery on this issue or to have a hearing if you'd like?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand the legal implications of proceeding despite the conflict, any potential conflict of interest and or appearance of impropriety?
Yes, Your Honor.
You do not object or challenge or otherwise claim that a conflict or appearance of impropriety exists that would require further hearing?
No, Your Honor.
Do you now, Mr. Flynn, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily waive any objection to my continued involvement in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have myself or any of my staff participated in any way in you making this decision to waive?
No, Your Honor.
You do so independently and after consulting with your counsel, is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody forced you, threatened you, or pressured you in any way to give up that right?
No, Your Honor.
Has anyone promised you anything to get you to agree to this?
No, Your Honor.
You are entering this waiver by your own free will,
Yes, Your Honor.
and you consent to the court's continued involvement in presiding over this matter.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mulligan, have you reviewed the client with Mr. Flynn?
I have, Your Honor.
And are you satisfied that this waiver is being made knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've had a chance to review the written waiver as well?
We did that together.
Okay, and did you sign it, sir?
I did.
I'm going to show you the third page as well, Mr. Mulligan. Is that your signature there on the top right?
Yes.
Right. Let the record reflect that Mr. Mulligan has identified a signature on the joint waiver. And thank you, Mr. Mulligan. See, Mr. Watkins, did you go over the waivers yourself?
I did, Your Honor.
Do you believe, are you agreeing to what is contained in it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any additions?
No, Your Honor.
Did you sign it?
I did, Your Honor.
Again, on the third page, is that your signature under the defense counsel's?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let me see. Well, the court has reviewed the joint waiver, and with the understanding and review and consideration of the defendant's comments made here on the record, the court will accept that waiver and find that the defendant, defense counsel, as well as counsel for the state have been fully advised and understand the nature of the potential conflict of interest or the appearance of impropriety, and knowingly, voluntarily, and intelligently waive any objection. The court will draft an order to that specification, accepting the party's waiver and issue the findings made here on the record that they have each waived, the parties have waived any potential conflict or appearance or impropriety on this issue. The court will proceed with this matter. Counsel, other than the hearing date for this Friday, the 10th, any other matters you'd like to bring to the court's attention?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Watkins?
Nothing to say, Your Honor.
Okay. Just one issue with regard to the state. Mr. Watkins, did you inform the alleged victims in this matter the opportunity to be present and be heard?
We have, Your Honor.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, we are adjourned.
All right. That was the hearing for Caleb Flynn. The other was discussing Matthew Farwell's DNA on Redrum weapon, that Redrum Sandra Birchmore. All right, June, that one does not have a video, so I will just read it to you guys. It says Boston federal prosecutors have revealed new evidence in their case against a former Massachusetts police officer accused of red rumming his mistress as part of their fight to keep the defendant behind bars. Matthew Farwell, 39, is charged in federal court with redrum a pregnant witness or victim in the redrum of Sandra Birchmore, who was killed in February 2021. Birchmore was 23 when she passed away, but prosecutors say Farwell initiated contact with her when she was 15 years old. At the time, he was an officer with the Stoughton Police Department, and Birchmore was a member of the department's youth program. Farwell Grape Birchmore as a child, continued to have with her when she became an adult, believes she was pregnant with his child, and red-rummed her on February 1st, 2021, staging the crime scene to make it look like Birchmore committed itside. Prosecutors said in a filing on Monday. The new filing opposes Farwell's latest petition for release ahead of trial, in which he challenged much of the evidence. Prosecutors have said they have in the case. Farwell argued, for example, that the DNA found under Birchmore's fingernails was not matched to him, and the DNA proved he was not the father of his mistress's unborn baby. While Farwell correctly states in his memorandum that his DNA was not found under Birchmore's fingernails, he fails to mention that Farwell's DNA was found on the ligature that tied Birchmore's neck to a closet door handle. The presence of Farwell's DNA on the redrum weapon, i.e. the strap used to asphyxiate Birchmore, is of course highly inculpatory. Prosecutors said they have found Farwell's DNA on multiple occasions in the underoos Birchmore was wearing when she was found. The DNA made it likely, prosecutors said, that Farwell lied to the Massachusetts State Police when he said he had last had sex with Birchmore in October of 2020. Urging the judge to keep Farwell behind bars, prosecutors said they have additional evidence to prove that Birchmore's redrum was premeditated. In the weeks before her passing away, Birchmore's text messages revealed she had a plan to obtain Farwell's financial support for the child they both believe he fathered. As those communications indicate that Birchmore was willing to use her role as a victim of Farwell's crimes to ensure that her unborn child would be financially secure. The FBI interviewed Farwell's former co-workers at the Stoughton Police Department, who said they noted Farwell dealing with mounting stress in the beginning of 2021. 2 weeks before Birchmore's passing away, one co-worker was eating with Farwell at a restaurant and noticed that he looked stressed. Farwell allegedly responded that he was having relationship problems with a woman other than his wife. When this witness asked if they could help, Farwell said the problem was going to take care of itself, prosecutors said. Other witnesses told the FBI they never saw any remorse from Farwell after Birchmore's passing away, with one witness saying that Farwell joked about his mistress's passing away. 2 others reported that at a gathering, Farwell was drunk and sat down under a doorknob and demonstrated the position in which Birchmore was found, assuring the skeptical witnesses that it was possible to commit itside in the manner at the time it had not been publicly revealed that Birchmore was found hanging from a doorknob. Farwell faces potential life sentences if he is convicted, and his trial is scheduled to start October 5th. June, what do you think about that one? That one's another one coming out of Massachusetts.
That one there, yeah, it's coming out of Massachusetts. I don't think Farwell is going to be um, trial is going to be covered because it's a federal. I think it's going to be in the federal case because that's the federal prosecution that found the DNA. Um, Get people up to stuff. If you what you don't know, if you don't know the Farwell case, Senator Birchmarsh was Red Room years ago. Okay, and a lot of this came out during the Karen Reed case about the cover-ups with the state police and some of the Massachusetts Police Department. Stoughton PD had nothing to do with the Karen Reed trial, as far as I know or remember. But this trial was another one that was also being investigated by the FBI. It came out that the state, I think it was Morrissey, did not bring charges against Farwell. And the family kept pushing, pushing, pushing. That's how the people got involved, did the investigation, and all the evidence pointed to this one person. And there's another guy in there. I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Um, so this case has been going on for a while. I don't know if what kind of continuances that has been made, but again, this is another uh, case that falls up underneath the corruption base in the Massachusetts area. Now, we have a cold case. It's called Florida versus Demoris Hunter, and we're going to have to fill in some time because of the fact that it's only 12:21 in Hawaii. So we're going to have at least, I don't know, um, depending on when they come back, we can have up to 6 hours waiting for the verdict if they come to a verdict today. So we want to find something where we're not constantly jumping around on things. And this one here has a little bit of a length to it. Uh, I was just looking at it, and um, right now I think there might be a. Let me get my brain cell together. I know that's kind of hard to do at times. There might be something coming down with his verdict. So let me go in here real quick. Uh, Angela, do you have something else to read right now or to show to fill in what I'm doing right now?
I have the article covering the case pulled up if you would like for me to read that, just to give a little, I guess, background and text. The article itself is here. I did pop out the video and have it up, but it is day 3, so I'm not sure if we want to go back because it is day 3. But I can read the article, June. I have no problem doing that.
Yeah, because they have the breakdown day 1 and day 2.
Oh, they do? Oh, they sure do. Okay. Yeah,
So,
absolutely. I'll read it.
and I'm going to send you a link for this case. It says it's like 8 hours. I'm not sure how long it is, but part of it is you can zoom through to get the jury through the verdict watch. And I guess you got some questions or they have readback going on. So I'm going to send this to you because at the very beginning, it looks like they pretty much go into the closing argument. So I'll send that to you now.
I have that one pulled up, June. I mean, I'm not showing it right now, but I have the court TV feed pulled up. I have no problem. I can read the highlights and then we can play it if you want.
Okay, but the one that I'm sending you actually says verdict watch.
Oh,
I
there
don't
we
know.
go. That's perfect.
Okay, so let me go ahead and get that one to you while you're reading this.
Okay, sounds good. All right. So this is Florida versus Demoris Hunter. It says Orlando, Florida. A man convicted of red rum in California faces a potential sentence if he's found guilty on charges he red rum a different woman in Florida. Demoris Hunter, 59, is charged with first-degree red rum and theft in the red rum of Teresa Ann Green, 38, who was found strangled to death and left in her trunk of her own car. On May 26, 2002, Hunter was living in the same apartment building as the victim, and the two were both guests at a party hosted by Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler, who also lived in the building. The two went to leave the party at the same time, and witnesses told police that they saw both the victim and the defendant fall down the stairs before getting up and entering the victim's apartment. The Butlers told police that several hours after the party ended, Hunter returned to their apartment and asked Joseph Butler for a favor. Hunter allegedly gave Joseph Butler the keys to a white van and asked him to drive behind him as he drove Green's car. Joseph Butler never saw Green. Hunter parked Green's Oldsmobile at the Walgreens and then joined Joseph Butler in the white van. When Joseph Butler asked why the victim's vehicle was left behind Hunter, he said, "I did something really bad." Joseph Butler told police he then said he didn't want to hear anything else and the topic was dropped. Police were dispatched to the Walgreens where they found Green's car. When they looked inside, they found her body wrapped in an unknown material in the trunk. The medical examiner determined the death was a homicide caused by manual strangulation. When officers interviewed the owner of the white van, Henry Fields, he told them that Hunter had recently traveled in the area from Oakland, California. Fields said that the defendant confided in him and that he had committed a red rum in Oakland before coming to Orlando. The victim in that case was a longtime friend of Hunter's girlfriend. Hunter was convicted in the Oakland red rum and sentenced to 110 years before he was extradited to Florida to face charges in Green's passing away. Prosecutors filed an intention to seek the DP if Hunter is convicted of the passing away of Green. Now, we have highlights going over this, and I will just start best I can with day one. It says prosecutors delivered opening statements. In those opening statements, Teresa Ann Green was at a party where Demoris Hunter was also a guest. She was last seen at 2:30 a.m. when the party ended. Hunter was seen driving Green's car the next morning. Her car was left at Walgreens. Hunter said he did something really bad, but the party host didn't want to hear about it. Green's body was found wrapped in the trunk of her car. Hunter's defense delivered opening statements. In their opening statements, they tell a tragic story where alcohol plays a factor. The events surrounding Green's red rum were chaotic. Hunter had nothing to do with Green's death. Green slapped the party host and he slapped her, and a fight continued after the party ended. Then they heard from Joseph Butler, who was the party host. Teresa Green was his neighbor. Most of the people in the apartment building worked for the Florida hospital. There was a large hole in the wall of Green's apartment where he went in, found out she was missing, and later red rummed. Said Green slapped him and he hit her back, but the argument ended there. He said Teresa tried to kick Hunter down the stairs, but Hunter grabbed her and they both tumbled, but neither had visible injuries. The next morning, Hunter asked him to drive a white van behind him while he drove Green's car to Walgreens, where it was left. Next, they heard from Lisa Moore, who is Joyce Butler's daughter and Joseph Butler's stepdaughter. She testified she knew Green as her mother's neighbor and recalled the gathering on May 25th of 2002. She said she saw Green and Hunter together at the party and assumed they were seeing each other. Knocked on Green's door trying to use the phone after her stepfather was upset, but Hunter opened the door and said to come back later. When she returned a second time, no one answered. Next, they heard from Octavius Hayes, Teresa Green's son. He was 13 years old at the time and staying with a mother when the Red Room happened. He spent a night with friends on Memorial Day weekend. When he returned home on May 27th, he saw holes in the wall and a mess and the contents of his mother's purse scattered on her bed. Next, they heard from Roy. He was an Orlando police officer who was now retired, who responded to the missing person report for Teresa Green. They heard that he noticed damage to the wall and an empty purse on the bed and a gold watch on the sink. DeMorris Hunter developed as a person of interest, he testified to. Next was Douglas Thomas, crime scene investigator, now retired. He is the one who collected DNA samples and blood from Green's apartment. Next was Marissa Kuzma, who was the investigator. The jury saw recorded testimony going over images from Green's apartment. Next, they heard from Joyce Butler, who was a party host. She talked about the gathering at her home on May 25th, 2002, stated she did not know whether Hunter or Green were dating, said she saw Green slap her husband. Next was Howard Kuhn, Orlando Police Department, who was also retired. He testified to the latent prints that were collected. All of that happened on day one. Next, we have a day two. Day two, they heard from Troy McDonald from the Sanford Police Department, who located Teresa Green's vehicle at Walgreens in 2002. Then they heard from Michael Uglion, firefighter, retired, who was on the scene when Teresa Green's vehicle was found at Walgreens and gained access to the vehicle, but did not see what was in the trunk. Howard Kuhn was then recalled and testified to him performing fingerprint analysis on Green. Then they heard from Terry Cool, arson investigator, retired, called to investigate a vehicle fire on July 30th of 2022. The burned van was found in Texas. Fire was inside the van and was intentionally set. Then they heard from Dennis Finch, former police officer, who was asked to find the VIN of the car that was on fire. After that, they heard from Monroe Gage, who was a K-9 officer, assisted in the arrest of DeMorris Hunter. Hunter ran but was eventually captured. Then they heard from Kirsten Kevin, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, who performed the DNA analysis on Green and Hunter and obtained a partial match to Hunter. Next came Gary Oots, forensic pathologist. He reviewed the autopsy of Teresa Green, finding apparent trauma and injuries consistent with strangulation. And he ruled the cause of death as strangulation. After that, the prosecution rested its case. Then Jonathan Arden, forensic pathologist, disagreed with Oots' determination for the cause of death and said the cause of death should be undetermined. After Jonathan Arden testified, the defense rested. So that was in day two. Looks like today was day three. Prosecutors delivered closing arguments. They said that Green was thrown in the back of her own trunk like a piece of trash. Green and Hunter were dating at the time of her death, and Hunter was lying about his real name. The defense then delivered their closing arguments. They disagreed with the state's portrayal of the case. Joseph Butler was not credible, and the Butlers were heartless and did not care what happened to Green. They suggested the Butlers were involved with Green's passing away. After that, jury deliberation started. Hi, Ada.
Doing.
And I gave you the feed for the closing arguments.
Yes, yes. Sorry, I was taking a drink after reading all of that.
How's everybody doing today? It was a crazy day for me.
Can we say pooped? Is that allowed? Can we say pooped?
You can say crap. You can say poop. What happened?
Oh, it's just been, we have been waiting for jury deliberations now for 6 hours, 30 minutes, just watching the clock.
Well, I did have you guys on the iPad and real small so I don't get in trouble, but hi, Jane for Justice. Hello, love. Hello, everybody. I from the moment I hit the floor at work until I got home, I've been in training via Teams, where you like Zoom. But the reason I was late was because my computer, well, we still have not been able to get my iPhone that they issued to you any service. And then my computer, anyway, they're going to have to totally wipe everything tomorrow morning and start all over again. But that's life. That's life. But it's going well. I like what I'm learning and it's cool. But I miss you guys. I really, really do. I miss you guys.
Well, I'm glad that you like it and that it's going well.
Yeah. But I just, I hate it when you have technology issues. And so I'm sorry I came in a little bit late, but the guy said you can't leave until this reboots. I'm like, okay. Gotta go. But anyway, yeah, I can't wait till I can start helping all these people. It's gonna be awesome. Awesome sauce. So what were you reading when I came in, my love?
We were reading as a filler, since we are still waiting for the verdict watch, the cold case out of Florida for Delmaris Hunter. Today is their day 3, and we were just giving a highlight of 1, 2, and 3. Evidently, they also went into jury deliberations, and June had pulled up and sent me their opening statements and stuff to do as a filler, so that way we could kind of keep an eye out on this one too and have something to watch other than the verdict clock that we have been watching.
This is closing arguments, and you go through part of the dead time for deliberations, and there's at least one, maybe 2 questions that the jury has asked.
Yes, and we can vroom vroom.
Let's go.
All right.
Now, which trial is this one?
This is Florida versus Delmaris Hunter.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
The defendant was at the time of the killing. Deadly force means force likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means harm that is more than slight, trivial, minor, or moderate. The killing of a human being is excusable and therefore lawful under any one of the three following circumstances. One, when the killing is committed by act and misfortune, in doing any lawful act by lawful means with usual ordinary caution and without any unlawful intent. Or two, when the killing occurs by accident and misfortune in the heat of passion upon any sudden and sufficient provocation. Or three, when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune resulting from a sudden combat if a dangerous weapon is not used and the killing is not done in a cruel or unusual manner. Dangerous weapon is any weapon that, taking into account the manner in which it is used, is likely to produce death or great bodily harm. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder as charged in the indictment, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Teresa Ann Green is dead. Two, the death was caused by the criminal act of DeMorris Andy Hunter. Three, there was a premeditated killing of Teresa Ann Green. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. If the evidence does not convince you that the defendant committed the main crime of which he is accused, there may be evidence that he committed other acts that would constitute a lesser included crime. In other words, if you decide that the main accusation has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, you will need to decide if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of any lesser included crime. The lesser crimes indicated in the definition of first-degree murder, as it pertains to count one, are second-degree murder and manslaughter. To prove the crime of second-degree murder, the lesser included offense of count one, the state must prove the following three elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Teresa Ann Green is dead. Two, the death was caused by the criminal act of DeMorris Andy Hunter. Three, there was an unlawful killing of Teresa Ann Green by an act eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind without regard for human life. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. An act is eminently dangerous to another and demonstrating a depraved mind if it is an act or series of acts that, one, a person of ordinary judgment would know is reasonably certain to kill or do serious bodily injury to another. And two, is done from ill will, hatred, spite, or an evil intent. And three, is of such a nature that the act itself indicates an indifference to human life. In order to convict of second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant had an intent to cause death. To prove the crime of manslaughter, a lesser included offense of count one, the state must prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. One, Teresa Ann Green is dead. Two, A, DeMorris Andy Hunter intentionally committed an act or acts that caused the death of Teresa Ann Green, or B, the death of Teresa Ann Green was caused by the culpable negligence of DeMorris Andy Hunter. Every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. The defendant cannot be guilty of manslaughter by committing a merely negligent act, or if the killing was either justifiable or excusable homicide, as I have previously instructed you. In order to convict of manslaughter by act, it is not necessary for the state to prove that the defendant had an intent to cause death. Only an intent to commit an act that was not merely negligent, justified, or excusable, and which caused death. I will now define culpable negligence for you. As I have said, every person has a duty to act reasonably toward others. If there is a violation of that duty without any conscious intention to harm, that violation is negligence. But culpable negligence is more than a failure to use ordinary care toward others. In order for negligence to be culpable, it must be gross and flagrant. Culpable negligence is a course of conduct showing reckless disregard of human life or of the safety of persons exposed to its dangerous effects, or such an entire want of care as to raise a presumption of a conscious indifference to consequences, or which shows wantonness or recklessness, or a grossly careless disregard of the safety and welfare of the public, or such an indifference to the rights of others as is equivalent to an intentional violation of such rights. The negligent act or omission must have been committed with an utter disregard for the safety of others. Culpable negligence is consciously doing an act or following a course of conduct that the defendant must have known or reasonably should have known was likely to cause death or great bodily harm. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt or of having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates. Then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1, did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2, did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3, was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4, did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5, does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6, has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? 7, did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony they gave in court? 8, has the witness been convicted of a felony or misdemeanor involving dishonesty or false statement? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement does not mean that his or her testimony deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe them to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about their testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove his innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right by choosing not to be a witness in this case. You must not view this as an admission of guilt or be influenced in any way by his decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. Ladies and gentlemen, I will read the remainder of the jury instructions after closing arguments. As I've indicated before, both the state and the defense have rested their cases. The attorneys will now present their closing arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They're intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide that time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has spoken. Mr. Buxman?
Thank you. Please, court, counsel. Morning, everybody. This is Teresa Green in life. She was the mother of Octavius Hayes, daughter of Lida Jones, sister to Loretta Tomlin, and Rosemary Jones. And she was a friend of those who knew her in life, like the Butlers. She worked at the Florida hospital in the labor and delivery department. The department of the hospital that's meant to bring newborns into this world and to help mothers share the miracle of life. That's what Miss Green did before this man right here strangled the life out of her. This is Teresa Green in death. After that man strangled her, wrapped her body in a sheet, threw her body in the trunk of her own car like a piece of trash, left that car at Walgreens, fled the state,
to try to escape the crime he just committed. That's why we're here, ladies and gentlemen, and that's why the defendant is charged with first-degree premeditated murder. Judge Munyon read you some instructions a few minutes ago when she explained to you the instruction regarding justifiable homicide. She told you that the use of deadly force is justifiable homicide and lawful if done while resisting an attempt to murder or commit a felony upon the defendant, or to commit a felony in or upon any dwelling house which the defendant was at the time of the killing. There is no evidence in this case whatsoever to suggest that this killing was justifiable. And the judge told you earlier that it is your job to look to the evidence in this case that you heard from the witness stand and saw in the form of exhibits in making your decision. I believe the defense, even in jury selection and opening statement, said you need to look at the evidence presented in this case. That governs your decision here. You heard evidence that Joseph Butler and Teresa Butler got into kind of a slapping thing in the apartment that night. You heard that they went on the stairwell and they tumbled down the stairwell at some point. You also heard that at the bottom of that stairwell, nothing happened. No one was screaming in pain. There were no punches thrown, no weapons drawn, nothing going on between the victim and the defendant. No indication that the victim was trying to murder the defendant or commit a felony upon him. Instead, they got up, they walked up the stairs, and they went back to Teresa Green's apartment. Additionally, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard evidence from Dr. Utz, the medical examiner, that Teresa Green, the victim in this case, was strangled. That is not the result of somebody defending himself. That is the result or the sign of first-degree premeditated murder. Also, ladies and gentlemen, people who are justified in killing somebody don't, after it's done, take the body, wrap it up, hide it in the trunk, and flee the state. People who are justified in killing somebody don't try to cover the killing up. This killing, ladies and gentlemen, was in no way justifiable. Judge also read to you an instruction, and you have them in front of you. You were reading along. Excusable homicide. An excusable homicide occurs when the killing is committed by accident and misfortune. Dropping a gun and the gun accidentally going off and hitting somebody and killing that person, that's an accident. That's misfortune. Wrapping hands around somebody's neck and strangling the life out of somebody is not accident. It's not misfortune. This is not an excusable homicide, ladies and gentlemen. There's no evidence to support that. So let's look at the elements that the state is required to prove in order to prove this defendant guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Number one, Teresa Ann Green is dead. I don't think this element is going to be in great dispute. There's no question she's dead. How do we know that? Well, we know that the person found in the trunk of Teresa Green's own car was an African-American woman about the same body type and age as Ms. Green. We know that she is locked inside the trunk of her own car. And we also know that a fingerprint analyst, Howard Kuhn, compared known fingerprints of Teresa Green, which were rolled before she was killed, with the fingerprints rolled at the autopsy of the woman who's found in the trunk, and they match. So this element, I don't believe, is in dispute in any way. The state has proven beyond any reasonable doubt that Teresa Green is dead. The second element the state has to prove is that the death was caused by the criminal act of DeMorris Hunter. So how do we know that it was the defendant who killed Teresa Green? Well, we know that the defendant and the victim were dating. Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, Lisa Moore, and Octavius Hayes all identified the defendant here, DeMorris Hunter, as the person that they knew back then as Mike. So we know the defendant back then was lying to everybody about his real name. But we also know that law enforcement showed each of those four individuals photo packs. And in position number 3 was a photo of this defendant, DeMorris Hunter. And each and every one of those four victims, or four witnesses, picked the defendant out as the person they knew as Mike. So we know DeMorris Hunter and Mike is the same person. Additionally, when the defendant was arrested and brought to Florida, his DNA was collected. And you heard from the DNA analyst that the defendant, DeMorris Hunter's DNA, was found on the victim's watch in her apartment. So we know this man is the same Mike that was at the party that was dating the victim. We also know that the defendant's fingerprints were found in apartment number 9, this man's fingerprints. So again, we know this man is Mike, the person who lived in apartment 9, the person we've been talking about throughout the course of this trial. So how do we know that the defendant killed her? We know that the defendant was the last person to be with the victim when the victim was seen to be alive. The Butlers told you that there was a get-together at their apartment the night that all of this happened. The Butlers lived upstairs on the right in apartment number 12. Teresa Green's apartment was right across the hall, apartment number 11, and the defendant lived downstairs in apartment number 9. There was a get-together that evening. Joyce Butler had to work the next morning. She's like, we need to shut this party down. It's loud, the music's going on, I need to work. So we need to shut it down. Joseph Butler complied with her wishes, shut the party down, and for some reason, there was some kind of disagreement between Teresa Green and Joseph Butler around this time. And admittedly, Teresa Green was intoxicated, she was impaired, and she slaps Joseph Butler for whatever reason. Joseph Butler slaps her back. They eventually make their way out on the landing, where you see in the photograph. Something happens on that landing. There's testimony that Teresa Green kicked at the defendant maybe grabbed her, and they tumbled down the stairs. When they got to the stairs, down to the bottom of the stairs, again, they got up. There was no screaming, nobody was severely injured, no one was in pain, there was no fight, punches thrown, weapons drawn, anything like that. They simply got up, walked up the stairs, and went into the defendant and Teresa Green went into Teresa Green's apartment. So regardless of how impaired Teresa Green was, we know she was able to negotiate and walk up those stairs on her own with no problem. Once the defendant and Teresa Green went into Ms. Green's apartment, Lisa Moore told you that she heard loud voices. She heard some kind of argument. Lisa Moore's 6-year-old son was in the Butler's apartment still. So she goes in, she grabs her son, she goes downstairs and puts her son in her car. She walks back up those stairs and she wants to use the phone to call her brother. She can't get into Mr. Butler's apartment. Either Mr. Butler locked the door or whatever, she couldn't get in. So she knocks on Teresa Green's apartment door. Teresa Green doesn't answer. The defendant answers. And the defendant doesn't say anything like, oh my God, I lost my mind and Teresa's hurt. Come help, call law enforcement, go call 911, whatever. He says to Teresa Green, when she asks to use his phone, he says, it's best you don't come in. He didn't want her coming in to see what he did. Otherwise, why not let this young lady who has her son trying to use the phone come in for a second and make a quick phone call? That'd be a pretty good reason why he wouldn't let his friend, the woman who he was with this party with throughout the night, the neighbor's friend, the neighbor's daughter, come in and use the phone for a second. Lisa Moore told you she went downstairs again, checked on her son. He was okay. She walked back upstairs, again, knocks on Teresa Green's door. No one answers this time. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, Teresa Green couldn't answer at that time, and the defendant surely did not want to answer. Who was the last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive? That man. Joyce Butler told you that. Joseph Butler told you that. So did Lisa Moore. Remember, Lisa Moore was not drinking that night. And Lisa Moore is not suffering from the memory problems that her mother admittedly said she is suffering from. Remember, Lisa Moore told you that when she saw them fall down the stairs, they kind of slid down on their butt. She was asked, did you ever see Miss Green hit her head or on the way down or get injured? She said, no, I didn't see that. They slid down on the butts. And I expect the defense during their closing argument to bring up that these three witnesses, Lisa Moore, Joseph Butler, and Joyce Butler, had some inconsistencies in their testimony. And they have every right to say that because that's true. They did have some inconsistencies. They had some inconsistencies about some of these small details. How long did you know the victim? They had different answers. How long had you lived at the apartment? They had different How long did you know the defendant? Again, they had different answers. What position were the defendant and the victim when they tumbled down the stairs? Some of their answers were different. Ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you that that's to be expected. This was 24 years ago this happened. It's expected that memories will fade and some of these small details will be inconsistent. But look at the total of their testimony. Look what was not inconsistent. Look what they were consistent about. They all said the same thing about what happened at the party, why it ended, about the slapping, about them falling down the stairs. Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler were consistent about the next morning when the defendant came and asked for Joseph Butler's help in moving the victim's car. The last person to be seen with the victim when the victim was alive was the defendant. So what happens the next morning? The defendant comes over 6:30, 7 o'clock. And remember, this party shut down at like 2:30 in the morning. So this is only several hours later. The defendant comes over and he asks Joseph Butler for some help. He asks, hey, I need you to follow me and Teresa someplace in the car. It doesn't say where they're going. The defendant gives Joseph Butler the keys to this white van that the defendant had been driving. The white van was owned by Henry Fields, aka Pete. Henry Fields had let the defendant use the van as he needed. So he gives Joseph Butler keys to the van. Joseph Butler gets in that white van. The defendant gets into Teresa Green's car, and they leave together. The defendant's leaving. Joseph Butler is following in the van. This is the same van that was eventually found in Houston, Texas, torched on fire. Joseph Butler said that this was a little unusual because the defendant didn't drive Teresa Green's car. It was also unusual that Teresa Green wasn't there. He didn't see Teresa Green at that point. Why? Because she was already dead and her body was stuck in the trunk of the car. So they traveled to Walgreens in Sanford. The defendant made arrangements to get rid of the victim's body. Body was wrapped in a sheet, thrown in the back of the trunk. That trunk was shut and locked. Law enforcement had to break the window to gain entry and then break the lock to actually get inside the trunk. The defendant didn't just drive the car a block down the street. He distanced himself. He made sure that this car was far away from the apartment, the place that he lived, and the apartment that the defendant and the victim were last seen together inside. When they get to Walgreens, it's interesting that the defendant doesn't even get out of the car to go inside the store. It's not like they drove 15, 20 miles from Orlando to Sanford for him to go into this specific Walgreens to get something, to justify why they're going there. He doesn't go in, he doesn't buy anything. Joseph Butler goes inside, try to get some Alka-Seltzer because he's feeling real well. He comes out and the defendant is rummaging around the victim's car. Joseph Butler gets back in the van. The defendant then gets back in the van. And they leave this car here at Walgreens. The sole purpose behind this trip, ladies and gentlemen, is again to distance himself from this car and keep that car and the body inside as far away from the place that's associated with the defendant as possible. And he trusted Joseph Butler not to say anything, because Joseph Butler was a friend. Well, thankfully, ladies and gentlemen, when questioned by the police, Joseph Butler did tell the police what happened and did explain about the transporting of the car to Walgreens. Not only did the defendant try to distance himself from this car and the body of the victim that he killed, when he gets in the car, in the van with Joseph Butler, he says something very important. He tells Joseph Butler, "I messed up." Well, the defendant was right about that. Joseph Butler said, "Look, I don't want to hear anything else. I don't want to be involved." And this was the first time Joseph Butler said he actually felt concerned. He told you that there was some kind of a plan between him and the victim to go to the car lot this morning and drop the car off. But when the defendant came over that morning and asked Joseph Butler for help, he didn't think really much about it, but he didn't see Teresa. They don't go to a car lot, they go to Walgreens instead, which is weird. The defendant's driving Teresa Green's car and she's not around, which was weird. And now the defendant says, I messed up. At this point, Joseph Butler told you that things are maybe starting to click, that the defendant and the victim may have gotten into it, the defendant may have done something. Clearly at this point, he doesn't know that the victim's body is in the trunk of the car that they just arranged to drop off at Walgreens, but he's starting to get concerned. He told you on the stand, Joseph Butler said, I didn't want to be involved. I told him, don't tell me anymore. He still doesn't want to be involved. He was trying to avoid the very thing that happened 2 days ago of him having to come into court now, many, many years later, to testify. He didn't want to be involved. But we do know that when Joseph Butler was questioned, along with Joyce Butler, he let the police into their apartment, take whatever photos you want, collect whatever evidence you want, dust fingerprints however you want, whatever you need. And we also know that Joseph Butler told the detectives about the party. He admitted slapping the victim, told them about them falling down the stairs, and told them about taking the car to Walgreens that following morning. When Joseph Butler and the defendant get back to the apartment after leaving the car at Walgreens, that's the last time the Butlers see the defendant. Why? Because he leaves, and he flees. He leaves the state. The defendant gets in Henry Field's van that he had been using and leaves. He gets in the same van that is later found in Houston, Texas, burnt to a crisp, torched. You heard Terry Cool, the arson investigator, who was called to the scene of this fire. She told you that the fire was intentionally set. There was no license plate on the car. The gas cap had been removed, and the fire, there was basically kindling in the back, in the apartment area of that van. That fire was intentionally set. We also introduced the tag and title history. Oh, I'm sorry. Houston Police Department examined this van and did a confidential VIN inspection, which is where they found the VIN number associated with this van. It was based on that VIN number that they determined this was the same van that had been reported stolen by Henry Fields in Orlando when this crime happened. We also introduced the tag and title history of this van, showing that the VIN numbers matched and showing that this van belonged to Henry Fields. And interestingly, this van was not reported by any other agency as being stolen. So this is not a situation where the defendant takes the van, drives it to Houston, and some other person just randomly steals the van. If that would have happened, it would have been reported stolen. But it wasn't, because the defendant knew he was the one who stole it. The evidence points to the defendant being the one who torched it, set it on fire, and burned it. Shortly after the van has been found burning, Officer Monroe Gage from the Houston Police Department makes contact with the defendant at a house on Barwick Street. Makes contact with the defendant in a place about 6 or 7 miles away from where this van was located. I think that's just a coincidence that both the van and the defendant are found several states over? Of course not. When Deputy Gage explained to you that when they found the defendant, another officer called him on the phone and said, come out the front door. The defendant doesn't come out the front door. He goes out the back door. When officers see him go out the back door, they start yelling at him. They tell him to get down, comply, listen to our orders. The defendant didn't comply. Instead, the defendant ran. The defendant tried to escape. The defendant only stopped when he learned that there was going to be a canine released who was going to capture him, probably hurt him. The defendant tried to run from law enforcement when they were there to arrest him for the first-degree murder of Teresa Green. It's another piece of evidence to show that the defendant was the one that committed this murder. Otherwise, why run from the police? If he hadn't murdered Teresa Green, if he hadn't stolen the van, why run from the police? He ran because he knew what he did. He knew why the police were there, and he tried to escape the consequences. We call that consciousness of guilt. Going back to the apartment, how else do we know that the defendant was the one who killed Teresa Green? Crime scene investigators came to this apartment and they did their work for several days. They processed the scene, they took pictures, they took photographs, they took swabs from various locations for potential DNA. They processed the victim's apartment, they processed the defendant's apartment downstairs in apartment number 9. Nothing of real relevance was found in the defendant's apartment, except they did find Teresa Green's fingerprint in there, which in and of itself isn't shocking considering they dated and probably frequented each other's apartments. But interestingly, when they processed the victim's apartment, the front door and the only entrance to the victim's apartment was not damaged. The door hadn't been kicked in, the door jamb wasn't broken, it wasn't pried open with a crowbar, the locking mechanism wasn't damaged. Nothing. No indication that the door was forced open to gain entry to Teresa Green's apartment. This shows that some random person just didn't walk up those stairs, kick the door in, go in and kill Teresa Green. There's no damage. Whoever killed Teresa Green either knew her, was allowed in, or had access or a key to the apartment, like a boyfriend, like the defendant. What do they find inside Teresa Green's apartment? They find a watch. They find a Seiko watch, which was on the bathroom counter. We know that Octavius Hayes picked it up and put it on the counter. Significantly about the watch, though, they took swabs. Well, first of all, we know this wasn't a robbery. We have jewelry that's out in the open. The house was clean, tidy, it hadn't been rummaged through. Valuables were still there. So we know this isn't a robbery. Somebody just didn't break in and steal stuff. The watch, they took swabs from this watch and sent to Florida Department of Law Enforcement. And when those DNA analysis was done on the swab from the watch, we know that there was a major contributor of DNA on that watch. That came back to the defendant's DNA. We also know that the watch was broken. So again, is this evidence the end-all be-all smoking gun? No. But it does show, well, we know that the defendant and victim were together throughout the night. They were dating, so it's not the end-all be-all. But we do know that the defendants touched that watch with enough pressure to put DNA on it, and we know that watch was broken, indicative of some kind of a struggle or an altercation. Crime scene investigators also found blood in the apartment. When compared to the known DNA profile of Teresa Green, it was Teresa Green's blood. Could that blood have come from when Joseph Butler slapped her? Could have. But what else do we know that was found inside that apartment? When they walked in, watch, and when they walked in, they found this really big hole in the drywall. Now, Octavius Hayes told you that hole wasn't there when he left. Because remember, he went for a couple of days to a friend's house over the weekend, Memorial Day weekend. He said that hole wasn't there when I left. But when I got back and came and found my mother wasn't there, that hole was there. So we know that that hole was created in a very short period of time, a short window. And we know this hole was not caused by Joseph Butler slapping the victim inside Joseph Butler's apartment. I submit to you that it's reasonable to believe that the hole was created during the altercation that eventually led to the defendant strangling the victim. All the evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, points to one person, points to the defendant as being the person who killed Teresa Green. This element, ladies and gentlemen, has been proven beyond any reasonable doubt. The third element the state has to prove is that there was a premeditated killing of Teresa Green. The judge read to you that killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing, but the law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. That time must be long enough to allow reflection. And the premeditated intent to kill must occur before the killing. The law says premeditation can happen like that. As long as the person has enough time to think about what he is going to do and make the conscious decision to do it, that is premeditation. So what evidence do we have to show that this killing was premeditated? Dr. Utz talked to you about the photographs taken during Teresa Green's autopsy, and he explained to you that there were, in his opinion, various contusions or bruises. There were abrasions, scrapes or marks and evidence of blunt type trauma inflicted upon the victim. He explained to you that there was swelling present in the right side of her neck, which he felt was caused by some type of trauma. He also noted the darkened areas on her lips, shoulder, chest, things like that. And as a trained medical examiner, he is able to look at those injuries and determine, are those injuries simply from a darker skinned individual and pigmentation of the skin? Are they a result of decomposition, or are the result of trauma? In his opinion, these areas were the result of trauma. Those findings of trauma are also consistent with the physical evidence at the scene, the broken watch, the hole in the drywall. Could some of this trauma maybe have been caused by Joseph Butler slapping her? Maybe the contusion on her lip. Could some of that be caused by her falling down the stairs? Maybe. But again, remember Lisa Moore, who said when they fell down, they slid down on their butts. But regardless, could some of this trauma have happened from falling? Could be. If those were the only injuries that we noted, that were noted on the autopsy, that might be a reasonable explanation, but they're not. She has other injuries that were clearly not caused by a slap and clearly not caused by falling. Those injuries, combined with the circumstances of how her body was found, wrapped up, shoved in the trunk of a car, a locked trunk, all indicate that the victim was murdered and strangled. Teresa Green was an otherwise healthy 38-year-old woman, found wrapped in a blanket and her body in the trunk. We know she didn't do that to herself. We also know that she was not shot, she wasn't stabbed, she didn't have a brain bleed, she didn't have internal thoracic, internal bleeding, she didn't have any disease, she didn't have a heart attack, she didn't have a stroke. We know that she didn't die from alcohol poisoning. Even Dr. Arden said it's really unlikely she died from alcohol poisoning. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at, and we know she didn't drown. So when you don't have any other explanation, one of the things you look at is strangulation. The injuries to her neck, both internally and externally, are indicative of strangulation. That strangulation is evidence of premeditation, ladies and gentlemen. Strangulation is a long process. This is not a situation where a gunshot into the head or stab into the heart, where it causes an immediate death. Strangulation is a process. Strangulation occurs when the veins and or arteries leading to the brain are compressed such that oxygenated blood cannot get into the brain. If oxygenated blood can't get to the brain cannot function, and eventually the person becomes unconscious. And if that pressure is continually applied, even after the person is unconscious, that person eventually dies. You heard Dr. Us explain all this. During this entire time, the pressure has to remain constant and continued pressure. That takes time. Second by second, minute by minute, holding that pressure. That's premeditation. But what's even more so, when this happens to a victim, the victim doesn't lay there passively and let things happen. The victim fights, the victim struggles, the victim crashes. The victim tries to remove that pressure from the neck. And as the victim fights and struggles and moves around, that pressure is also moving and something is released, which causes oxygenated blood to come back into the brain, which causes the person to stay alive and conscious and aware. Only to the point where that pressure is includes the arteries and the veins, does the person fall unconscious. That takes time. So what evidence do we have that the victim was struggling and fighting? Dr. Utz described these various linear marks on the side of her neck. This is on the right side, the side of the neck that has the swelling, as well as the other side of her neck. Dr. Utz explained to you that there are a couple possibilities of how this occurred. It could be from the defendant, the attacker, wrapping his hands around her neck and squeezing with the pressure and causing the fingernails to cause and leave these marks, which would be where where that would be on her neck if that happened. It also could be from the victim's fingernails, who is reaching and clawing and trying to remove that pressure from her neck. We know Teresa Green was slapped by Joseph Butler. We know she tumbled downstairs. Those actions are not going to cause those severe fingernail marks. What else do we know? Dr. Utz talked to you about the hyoid bone. The hyoid bone is that very protected internal structure around the chin area. And he told you that that area does not receive trauma very easily because it's so high up and is so protected. Dr. Utz explained to you that the hyoid bone is actually 3 different bones. And when a person gets older, in 40s, 50s or so, those bones start to fuse. But a person of her age, Mr. Green's age, they are still pliable and movable, and they have joints in them. Well, he explained to you when he looked at the photographs, and we see here, there was an area of hemorrhage, a dark reddened area of bleeding or hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that in strangulation cases, he sometimes finds injury to a hyoid bone. Not always, but sometimes. In this case, there was hemorrhaging there. This injury is not caused by a slap in the face. It's not caused by somebody tumbling down the stairs. That's caused by pressure in that exact area of the throat causing the hemorrhage. The other side shows the same hemorrhaging. Dr. Utz explained to you that that is a hemorrhage and that the hyoid bone wasn't broken, it wasn't fractured, but it was dislocated, it was placed. Why? Because of trauma, because of impact, because of pressure. Now, Dr. Arden disagrees with Dr. Utz about some of these things, and I'll get into that in a little bit, probably during my second closing. But all of this evidence points to strangulation. And again, it's a lengthy process. The victim is struggling every second, second by second, minute by minute. The defendant has to make his conscious decision to maintain the pressure on his veins and arteries in order for the victim to fall unconscious. And even after that happens, he has to maintain that pressure. That's an opportunity to think. That's an opportunity to reflect. That's an opportunity, if he wants, to spare her life. But he chose not to. He chose to maintain that pressure. That is premeditation. His actions after the murder also show premeditation. After it's over, he doesn't say, "Oh my God, I just lost my mind. I can't believe I did that." He doesn't run out the door, bang on the butler's door, and say, "Oh my gosh, I need help. Please call Teresa's hurt." He doesn't do any of that. Instead, he won't answer the door. He waits until the coast is clear, wraps the body up, throws it in her trunk, and drives the body far away from the apartment. Then flees, leaves the state. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence has proven that while the defendant was striking and then strangling the victim, he consciously intended to kill her. No other explanation for doing that to somebody. During that process, he had the time to reflect and to think, and he chose not to release that pressure. Based on all the evidence in this case, the state has proven all 3 elements of first-degree murder. The judge read to you an instruction about lesser included offenses. She read you an instruction about second-degree murder and manslaughter. Lesser included offenses are just that. They are less than the crime charge. The crime charge is first-degree premeditated murder. If the state has proven that beyond reasonable doubt, you shouldn't even look at the lesser included offenses, because the judge will tell you that your verdict should be for the highest offense that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the judge has read to you some of these things, and you read them, you have them in front of you as well, I'm going to just briefly touch on the lesser included offenses. There is second-degree murder, and second-degree murder doesn't require any proof of premeditation. That's why it's a lower crime. And the example I think that Mr. Marrero may have used to some of you in jury selection, the typical example here is that a man gets home, walks in the bedroom, sees his wife in bed with another man, they're naked, there's a gun right next to him. Without thinking, he reaches over, grabs the gun, and fires. No time to think, no time to reflect, no time to think, "Oh my gosh, this is what's happening, I'm going to do this." He just reacts. That is the second-degree murder. We don't have that situation here, ladies and gentlemen. We have much more than that, because in this case, we have strangulation, we have thought, we He is guilty of the higher offense of premeditated first-degree murder. Manslaughter, she read to you that instruction as well. And manslaughter would be a situation where a person thinking a gun is unloaded points the gun at somebody and pulls the trigger, not thinking that there's any bullet, and there is, and the person dies. There is no intent to kill. There's no premeditation. That is a lesser crime than first-degree murder and a lesser crime than second-degree murder. Again, the evidence in this case has proven that element of premeditation, which is why this case is a first-degree murder case. If you look at all the evidence as a whole, apply your common sense, I submit to you that the only verdict in this case is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. Thank you for your time, ladies and gentlemen.
Defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, ladies and gentlemen. I told you guys in jury selection that we all know each other here and that we have a professional relationship with each other. And I think in this trial you saw everybody really trying to get along and trying to behave professionally. I have nothing but the highest regard for these prosecutors. That being said, I completely and totally disagree with the state's portrayal of the evidence in this case. What you just heard in closing argument was a whitewashing of facts, covering up all the details that make any difference. Fortunately, all of you were here and heard everything that actually came from that witness stand, not a retelling that you just heard. And as the court has instructed you, and it's to the evidence in this case alone that you must base your verdict. It must be based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence and the law. Let's go through the evidence together. I'm not going to try to belabor too many things, but I think it's really important to look at the testimony of these witnesses, because I would suggest to you that the state's case stands or falls on the credibility of Joseph Butler, Joyce Butler, and Lisa Moore. If you find these people to be 100% credible, and I suggest to you that it is impossible for you to do so, you could convict Mr. Hunter. But I'm telling you that their testimony is not credible, and it's not supported by the evidence. Joseph Butler took the stand, and he's an elderly gentleman. He told you about his apartment complex, which of course is indisputable. He told you that he knew Teresa Green as a neighbor. From the stand, he said that he knew her for 3 months. Previously, he had testified that he knew her for over 2 years. But he didn't have much to say about Teresa. He didn't much seem connected to her in any real way. Somebody who lived about 5 or 6 feet away from his apartment for over 2 years. Didn't say anything about his relationship with her, didn't really say anything nice about her or bad, just she was my neighbor, period. It doesn't appear as though Mr. Butler bothered to read the statements he had given to law enforcement or read the transcript of the deposition that he gave years ago. He took the stand and he said, "Oh, my memory is clear. I remember everything better now than I did back then." I am quite certain that he had those transcripts in his possession. And he just couldn't be bothered to read them. I suggest to you that he really did not appear to care very much. He certainly didn't care about being here. He made it very clear to all of you that the reason he didn't ever call the police for this whole thing was because he didn't want to end up on this witness stand. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. He claims that he knew Mike, who is, of course, DeMorris Hunter, that he knew him for about 3 weeks. And I would suggest to you that given the fact that he didn't really say anything about his relationship with Mr. Hunter, either good or bad, that he really didn't have much of a relationship with Mr. Hunter at all. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Buxman's portrayal of them as being friends. Apparently, they were going to have a barbecue. I don't know if that's true. You don't know if that's true, but that's what he says. And then he went to Publix with Mr. Hunter and bought some meat. And by the time he got back, Teresa Green was well drunk. It sounded like, and I ask all of you to rely on your own recollection of the facts. It sounded like that probably happened in the early evening of the Saturday, May 26th, 2002, when this is all alleged to have happened. It's probably true that Teresa Green was drinking a lot and that she probably was pretty drunk. He goes on to describe this get-together, which for some inexplicable reason he refused to refer to as a party, that it was going on for some time. They were listening to music, apparently quite loudly, well past 10 p.m. on Saturday night. Apparently he's drinking. Apparently Miss Green is continuing to drink. He admits that DeMorris Hunter, known to him as Mike, was not drinking. And he also says that Lisa Moore was not there. He told you that his wife got up a couple of different times to complain about the music. Now, it is, I think, reasonable to assume that by the time she got up the second time after 2 o'clock in the morning, and this party was still going on, and she supposedly was supposed to go to work the next morning, that she was probably pretty upset. I remember waking up my dad from when we were kids. He would go to bed early and we'd be watching TV and laughing and whatnot. If we woke him up, he'd be pretty upset, right? Because nobody likes to be woken up. So I think that's exactly what happened. Joseph apparently was also pretty upset because he, from all appearances, wanted the party to keep going. He slams the door to the bedroom, and that's nothing he admitted. That's what we got from Miss Butler. And then orders everybody out of the apartment because his wife's angry. And I don't know what this says about Teresa Green, other than I guess she's a pretty ornery drunk. Because when Mr. Butler orders them all to leave, she hauls off and slaps him. Now, you know, I've hosted a lot of dinner parties at my house, and no one's ever raised a hand at me or anyone else when I ask them to leave. So I'm trying to give you guys a picture of what is going on here, right? These are people who've been drinking since early evening, well past 2 o'clock in the morning. Fully to be expected that whoever's still drinking at that hour, pretty hammered, right? And not only hammered, but not very pleasant drunks. And we've all met them before. She hauls off and slaps her host in the face. And he immediately responds by slapping her back. Did any of you think that he was minimizing what he did when he testified from the stand? When he said, I tapped her. Really? No. His wife gave it away. Joyce Butler said no. He smacked her hard enough to give her a bloody nose. Now, a bloody nose is not the kind of thing that you give every day of the week. And it's not the kind of thing you receive every day of the week. Here's what I think. I think it's entirely possible that Teresa Green really got angry when she saw the blood coming out of her nose or her lip. We don't really know exactly where it happened, but Joyce Butler said it was coming out of her nose. We know that when somebody gets smacked like that, right, in our common experience, somebody gets smacked like that and you start bleeding, the first thing you're going to do is rub it with their hand, their left or their right hand, depending on. They're going to rub it with their hand, look at their blood, and go, look what you did to me, right? I mean, they're going to get angry. And we know that that's how Teresa's blood got on the door, right? It was only a little bit. I mean, it wasn't a ton. It was just a little, you saw the photograph, it was a tiny little smudge of her blood got in there. Detective Bergen talked to Joyce Butler, and she agreed, yeah, that's how the blood got on the door. At some point, and you can imagine this thing escalating, right? Starts off with Joyce Butler angrily waking up at 2:30 in the morning and asking her husband to please turn the music down again and please get this party over with so I can get to sleep, so I can go to work tomorrow. Suddenly, Teresa Green hauls off and smacks Joseph. Joseph smacks her back, right? And now the door is open and this group of people, which apparently included Joyce Butler, are all gathered near the door on a landing that you can look at the picture. It doesn't appear to be any wider than this podium and is certainly within arm's reach from one door to the other. You can see the stairwell and the doors are right there. They can't be more than 5 feet apart. Suddenly all these people are standing here, according to them in this story. And by the way, there's absolutely not one shred of evidence that any of this actually happened. Okay? We just have to take their word for it. We don't really know what the details are. We just have to take their word for it. Or not. But the story that they're telling you is that somehow they end up on this landing. And for some unknown reason, according to Joseph Butler, Teresa decides to take her anger out on DeMorris Hunter, who's done nothing, isn't drinking. No one even attempts to accuse him of being belligerent or being rude or being angry at her or having any dispute with her of any kind. That's probably true, right? There's one good way to tell the difference between when people are making things up and when people aren't making things up. And one of the ways is if people are telling you things which definitely help them, they might be lying. Whereas if they tell you something that really doesn't help them in any way, it's a lot more likely that it's true, right? Because why would they say it? In other words, when people have motives to lie, that's when they lie. People don't lie just for no reason at all. And when people are motivated to tell the truth, they might tell you the truth. That's not a hard rule, but it's not a bad way to look at things. And according to Mr. Butler, she not only, who by the way also had testified that Mr. Hunter was trying to restrain her from attacking him. Mr. Butler goes on to add that for no apparent reason, she, Teresa Green, kicks DeMorris Hunter down a flight of stairs. I mean, that's a severe accusation. That is saying that this person is willing to put someone's life in jeopardy because she's a mean drunk, essentially. Is that true or not? There's no way to tell. There's absolutely zero evidence to back up that version of the facts. You simply have to take their word for it. And I'm going to get into why they might not all be telling you the truth about that. In any case, his story is that the two of them go tumbling down the stairs, head over heels, the way he described it, one over the other, until they land all the way down at the bottom of the stairs. And then they get up and walk back. And he has no interest in knowing anything else that happens after that. He's like, well, I was done. I closed the door, went back into my apartment, and got myself another drink. He testified that the next morning, Mr. Hunter started bothering him very early and asking him to take him to a car lot. When Mr. Butler testified about having had a conversation with Teresa Green about returning her car to a car lot the next day, that was the first time anybody had heard that story. He never told that to the police. He never told that to the attorneys that deposed him. He never even told his wife. I'm pretty sure he had never told that to the state attorney's office either. He got up here and pulled that one out of thin air. Why would he do that? Trying to make himself look good. Trying to come up with a reason why he would agree. First thing in the morning with a raging hangover to drive this practical stranger across town to go drop off a car. By the way, we're talking about a Sunday morning at 7 o'clock in the morning. That's the story, that they're going to go return her car to a car lot. Absolutely no evidence to support that. Absolutely no documentation, right? No documentation that this car, I can only assume that the implication here is that the payments were overdue or something. Or they were going to repossess the car. In any case, I would argue to you, you can take that phrase, that statement of Mr. Butler's and throw it out. He just made it up now. I guarantee you his memory is not better 24 years later than it was 2 days after this happened. If that were true, he would have told the detectives that that's what happened. He just made it up. He claims that Mr. Hunter comes into his bedroom and just tells him, hey, I need you to follow me and Teresa in my van. And he says, okay. Really? Does that sound like the kind of thing that any reasonable person would do? What the hell are you waking me up for on a Sunday morning I didn't get to bed till 3 a.m. I'm not driving anywhere. Plus, what are you asking me for? I mean, he says that Mr. Hunter went into his bedroom and woke him up as if they'd known each other all their lives. He also said that Mr. Hunter never promised him anything, never paid him anything, never threatened him. He just did it. He just decided to go ahead and do it. I suggest to you that there is no evidence of any kind of relationship between them that would warrant either one of them asking such a favor from the other. According to him, he gets in the van. He mentions that he never saw Teresa, even though he claims that Mr. Hunter told him, I need you to follow me and Teresa. He never saw her in the car. And he never once asked him, hey, where's Teresa? I thought you said she was with us. Nothing. Says nothing. They get to this Walgreens all the way, and by the way, you know, anybody who's ever driven north on I-4 and gotten off on the 1792 exit in Sanford knows there's a gigantic Seminole Town Square Mall there. It's been there as long as I've been here, and I've been here 50 years, with a huge parking lot. And all kinds of places, all the way down from I-4, all the way into Sanford. Very strange place to drop off a car, right? Does Mr. Butler ask him, what the hell are we doing at Walgreens? Doesn't ask. Doesn't ask. Not curious at all. Then he says that Mr. Hunter tells him, oh, I messed up. What could that possibly mean? What do you mean I messed up? You know, when we use the phrase I messed up, I can mean all kinds of things. I forgot something. I said something stupid. You know, it can mean all kinds of things. And if you say I messed up to me, I would answer, about what? You're my friend. What'd you mess up about? What's going on? There's something I should be concerned with? Nothing. Yes, nothing about what that's supposed to mean. His only response is, oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know nothing about it. Really? They drive all the way back, half an hour in that van. Not a word between them about this. I think that story is highly suspicious. Mr. Butler did admit, when I cross-examined him, the apartment that he and his wife lived in was owned by Florida Hospital. That both of them were employees at Florida Hospital. And that if Florida Hospital got the idea that they had been involved in a crime, that they were in trouble, that they could lose their job and get kicked out of the apartment, both. He admitted it, and so did Joyce Butler, right? So, that, I would argue, ladies and gentlemen, is a motive to lie. That is a motive to protect yourself. That is a motive to stay out of things. You would think it would be a motive to say to Mr. Hunter, no, I'm not going anywhere with you unless you tell me where Teresa Green is, right? No, never bothered to ask him. Well, what else could that motivate him and Joyce and even Lisa Moore to do in order to protect themselves from losing their jobs, which most likely didn't pay much, and being thrown out of an apartment? Both, if they got in trouble. What would that motivate them to do? Mr. Butler admitted that he knew that his downstairs neighbor, Humphrey Moore, who was renting an apartment to Mr. Hunter, he knew that he was moving out. He knew that his lease was over at the end of that month, which was essentially that week. And that they would, because Mr. Hunter was renting from Humphrey Moore, that he would have to move out to. He knew that. And even though the prosecutor tells you that Mr. Hunter fled town, the fact is, we don't know when he left. He could have left Sunday morning. He could have left Monday morning. If Mr. Butler had called the police Sunday morning, when he got back to his apartment with a concern about what might have happened to Teresa Green, if he had called the police then, the police might have met Mr. Hunter at his apartment as he was moving out. Or we would know for a fact that Mr. Hunter had left Sunday morning. The fact is, he didn't call the police. And when he got back and told his wife about what had happened and what Mr. Hunter allegedly had said, I messed up, the two of them apparently sealed a pact between the two of them, never to speak to this, about this to anyone. You would think that Joyce Butler would look at her husband and say, what are you telling me? What do you mean Teresa wasn't there? Where is she? Right? This is her neighbor. Here's what it would have taken for them to find out if Teresa was there. Not a gesture, not a scintilla of effort on their part to see if Teresa was okay or to warn anyone that there may be a killer loose. Not a scintilla of effort. Why is that? Why is that? I suggest to you there's only two possibilities. Either one, Joseph and Joyce Butler are two of the most heartless, calloused, indifferent human beings you've ever met in your entire life and didn't give a damn if Teresa Green was in fact dead. Or they had something to do with it. Lisa Moore, one last thing. Not only did Joseph Butler not call the police, and apparently agreed with his wife to make sure she didn't call the police. When the police did get involved, and asked him to provide a DNA standard so that they could exclude him as a possible suspect, he refused. And what is more, right up until this case started, here in 2026, Joseph Butler, who's still alive, could have provided the DNA sample at any point in time. He could have provided his fingerprints, which he never did, to law enforcement. Those fingerprints could have been compared to the prints that they found on the car in the parking lot. That one print that they got, it was a clean print that was definitely, positively not DeMaurice Hunter's fingerprint. He could have submitted his print so that they could compare it, right? He never did. And still hasn't to this moment. Lisa Moore was the next one to take the stand, and she testified that she didn't know Teresa Green before she died. Mr. Butler said that she wasn't there until much later. She claims to have been there at some point, showed up with her 6-year-old and was there with him until 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. She doesn't remember anything about any of the details about the argument, how it got started. And apparently she was sober, but in any case, she doesn't remember what was going on. She doesn't remember Joe slapping Teresa Green, and clearly didn't remember anything about her, about Teresa Green having a bloody nose or bleeding from the lip. She says that Mike and Teresa fell down the stairs like everybody else. I don't know. It doesn't seem reasonable to me to think of two adults sliding down a staircase on their butts, facing each other like they're on a seesaw. My common sense tells me that didn't happen like that. That doesn't make any sense. People don't do that. If you're on your butt, you might go down one stair, right? You're not gonna go all the way down a staircase like that. What are you, on a toboggan or something? Her story just doesn't make sense. I don't know if she saw it or not, to be honest. And y'all don't either. The state's asking you to take her word for it. I suggest that there are reasons which might drive both Joseph Butler and Joyce Butler and Joyce's daughter, Lisa Moore, to come up with a story and to blame DeMaurice Hunter. I don't know. It struck me as, at the very least, extremely irresponsible of her to put her son, an 8-year-old son, in a car in the parking lot at 3 o'clock in the morning. As a father of two, I can guarantee you that I would never think to do such a thing. I don't know what it says about her, other than that indicates a certain degree of callousness, carelessness with her own son. Maybe she did it, maybe she didn't do it. No way of knowing. But very interestingly, Lisa Moore admits to calling her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning and asking him to come over. The last time I got a call, 3 o'clock in the morning, was probably around 1993. When I was a prosecutor and I had weekend duty, I got a call from a detective. That was my job. I had to be available 24 hours a day. That's it. And I've raised 2 children who are both adults now. I never got a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. I would wager that very few, if any of you, have ever received a call at 3 o'clock in the morning. A call at 3 o'clock in the morning is the kind of thing that clutches your heart, because it's never good news, right? Especially if you recognize the number. Now, I realize that in 2002, these people probably didn't have cell phones. I don't remember if I did or not. I think I had like maybe one of those Razor flip phones or something. But a call at 3 o'clock in the morning is not the kind of thing that you expect. I mean, I suppose if you're the sort of person who's up all night, maybe more common. Generally speaking, pretty rare. So what on earth would provoke Lisa Moore to call her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning, not just call him at 3 o'clock in the morning, but call him and ask him to come over? What could have happened? She says that the reason she disturbed her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning was because she was concerned that Joe Butler might be violent with Joyce Butler. She wanted him to just check on that. Joyce Butler didn't remember a whole lot of things, but when I asked her about that, she just laughed. She was, and here's the thing, like, if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with somebody, and I hope that none of you ever have, but if you've ever been in an abusive relationship with someone, and somebody asks you, you know, your reaction is going to be pretty quick. Your reaction is going to be pretty definite. You know what it's like to be abused by somebody, to be hit by someone. And she clearly acted like that has never been a concern of hers. So I don't think you should believe Lisa Moore's excuse for why she calls her brother at 3 o'clock in the morning. And by the way, he ends up coming over from wherever it is that he lives. He drove over there at 3 o'clock in the morning to check on his mom. She didn't call him. She didn't call him to say, hey, I'm in trouble, right? She didn't call the police to say, hey, this guy's hitting me. She didn't do anything. I suggest that is not why she called her brother. Now, I don't know why, but there's a possibility. Octavius Hayes testified next. He didn't testify a whole lot. Octavius is clearly an unfortunate victim, not just of his mother's untimely death, when he's, you know, at such a young age, but he was exposed to what I think can only be characterized as a just inhuman amount of callousness from the Butlers. Now, these people who had every reason to suspect that something had happened, so they say. When this young man shows up at his mom's apartment, finds the door open or unlocked, goes in and finds some damage to the drywall, her watch on the floor, and her purse overturned. And he goes right next to his neighbor's door and asks them. The two of them respond when asked, have you seen my mom? The two of them respond, oh, no, we ain't seen her. Really? Not. Well, we saw her Saturday night. She was over the place, and she, you know, she had a little accident and fell down the stairs, but she seemed like she was fine. We haven't seen her since. What's the problem? What's the problem? No. This pact that they have, the two of them respond. No, we ain't seen her. And that's it. That's it. They don't give him anything else. Now, why on earth would they treat that young man like that? Why? Why would they be so cruel to him? Why wouldn't they help him? I'm still going through the witnesses one by one with you. The next person that testified after Octavius was Mr. Filippucci. And this is a rhetorical question, but I wondered how many of you noticed that he was the lead homicide detective in this case? He's now retired, he's a full attendant in the villages, but he was a homicide detective, and he was the lead detective in this case. I don't think he was on the stand for more than about 10 minutes. Said almost nothing about what he had done in this investigation. Didn't even mention the fact that he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers and why he had taken multiple interviews of the butlers. I thought he was going to come back to testify to more. It's not uncommon for detectives to do that, by the way. They start, they tell you some part, then the witnesses who are going to actually testify, and then they come back and then they testify about what those people told them. That's pretty commonplace for us. But he never came back. He never talked about any of the stuff that he did, with the exception of going into the apartment and the photo lineups and the fact that the purse was emptied and on the bed. By the way, about that purse, I want you guys to have a look at the picture again when you go back there. Because it stuck with me that not only is the purse overturned, right? Like, if you're looking for car keys and you want to get them really quick, take the purse, dump it, stick your hand in it, grab the keys and go, right? No. If you look at the picture, you'll see that it appears that every single document in that purse that had been folded up was unfolded and spread out. It looked an awful lot like somebody was looking for some document. Even her driver's license was pulled out of the place, with the little clear plastic cover that we all have. It had been pulled out from there and left neatly on the bed, right? Whoever went through that purse touched and rummaged through every document, including the driver's license, in the purse as though they were looking for something. I have no idea why that's the case. I have no idea why. But guess who's the only person who's got a fingerprint on any one of those documents? Octavius Hayes. Not Demorse Hunter. Not on a single document. Zero evidence. Zero evidence that he touched that purse or touched any document in that purse. Zero. Officer Schaefer testified after that, and the important thing that he had to say was that Octavius Hayes was the one who called the police, not the butlers. Next up was Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective, who I told you guys I've known her for a long time. Your Honor?
Yeah, I think it is about time. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a 15-minute recess. Do not discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Do not do any independent research while you're away from us. Leave your pads and pens on the chairs. They will be there when you return.
Jury activate.
I express that I really appreciate your patience. This is the only shot I get. I just can't leave anything unsaid. I can't leave any stone unturned in defense of my company. because I have to make sure I cover everything with all of you, in case any one of you missed it. I was about to talk about Detective Bergen, the other homicide detective in this case. Look, there isn't any other way to say this. I think it's extremely unprofessional to show up as a witness in a criminal trial like this and to look you guys in the face and say, no, I didn't read my statements. I didn't read my deposition. I didn't prepare for this, essentially, which is what she did. Took the stand and said, I don't remember anything. Didn't testify about practically anything that she did other than the photo lineup. She's the one who interviewed, along with Detective Filippucci, interviewed Joyce Butler and Joseph Butler and went back there twice. She didn't say a word about what their demeanor was like, how they responded to questions, what were the answers that they gave, what kind of questions she asked them. Not a word about it. It's as though she doesn't care. Long since left law enforcement, really. And that's how it came off. I don't know how it came off to you guys. But that's how her testimony came off. She, when I cross-examined her and tried to refresh her recollection about stuff, she did admit that, when Joyce had told her the first time that Joseph had hit Teresa in the nose hard enough to make her nose bleed, and then that's how the blood got on the door. So I was able to get that out of her. But apparently Joe Butler was successful in convincing these detectives that he didn't know anything about Teresa being in the car, even though he testified from the stand that he suspected that something bad had happened to her. And her testimony, Detective Bergen's testimony, it was, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. The CSI officers who testified here, the latent prints people and the DNA people, I wasn't keeping tabs, but it looked like they testified about 5 times more than the homicide detectives in terms of sheer bulk of information and all of the time that they took up. CSI Thomas testified, brought in a bunch of evidence. You notice that we didn't object to anything coming in. We didn't put up a fight about anything coming in. Why? Because none of it proves anything. None of it. The whole pile of it doesn't prove anything. It doesn't prove that Mr. Hunter did a thing. None of it. The only evidence that shows up with Mr. Hunter's DNA on it is her watch. And we know that the two of them were seeing each other. And it takes nothing more than a brush of one hand to another to leave sufficient DNA on there for a sample. That's all it proves. All it proves. You notice the pictures of that bathroom that were taken by some of the CSI. If you walked into that apartment, there was blood everywhere, and there was blood all over the bathroom and everything, you would have something really to suspect. But you see exactly the amount of blood that you would expect from somebody who staunched the flow of blood out of her nose or off her. Tiny, tiny, tiny. CSI Kuzma testified about all the evidence that she collected. She, in her testimony, which was videotaped because she's overseas right now, took photographs of the bed sheet that Teresa Green was found neatly tied up in. You should ask yourself, where did that bed sheet come from? Where did it come from? Did it come from Teresa's apartment? Was there, I don't know. I suppose not everybody buys their sheets in sets. I always have. I think most people do. So they match, right? The sheet, the flat sheet, the comforter all match, right? So if you look in Teresa's apartment and you see other sheets and match that sheet, then you'd say, oh, it came from Teresa's apartment, right? Or if it came from the butler's apartment and match the sheets in that apartment, you could say it came from the butler's apartment. Nobody took the stand to tell you where that sheet comes from. You don't know. You just don't know. And by the way, notice in the pictures, there's knots tied in the sheets around Teresa Green's body. Some human being with their hands tied those knots. Not a molecule. Mr. Hunter's DNA is in those knots, or on that sheet, or on Teresa Green's body, or in the trunk of the car, or on the lid of the car, or on the doors of the car, or on the steering wheel of the car, or the seat of the car. Not one molecule anywhere in that car. Next was Joyce Butler. I don't know what you can make of Joyce Butler's testimony. I would put it to you, spent more time looking away from me and my questions than looking directly at me or you. I think that means it looked like actually there were parts where she might actually be looking to her daughter to give her answers. I wasn't sure, but I had a concern about it because I knew her daughter was in the room with her as she was appearing on video. So I asked that she be removed. She admitted to you that she lied to the police. Or at least that the first story that she told was not true. And the story that she told the police when they came over, remember, she didn't call the police either. When the police came over, she said, oh no, DeMaurice Hunter called my husband Sunday morning to let him know that Teresa's car was in the Walgreens parking lot in Sanford. So she was the first one to be interviewed. After that, Joseph Butler was interviewed, and after that, they interviewed Joyce Butler again, and they interviewed Joseph Butler again. Joseph Butler gave a completely different story. According to him, he went with DeMaurice Hunter to the parking lot of the Walgreens. Joyce Butler also had copies of her previous statements and her deposition, and said she didn't read them before she swore under oath to testify in front of you. I'm quite certain that she had them. I was a tiny bit concerned that maybe she didn't read. That's why she hadn't read them. When I asked her, can you read? She said, well, I didn't read them. She doesn't remember Lisa being there. She did admit that Joe got angry and when she told him to turn the music down, and that she had to be at work at 7. Interestingly, the story, according to the two of them, is that Mr. Hunter comes in the morning at 7 to wake up Mr. Butler to take him to Sanford, 7 a.m. when she's supposed to be at work. And then he's gone for an hour, comes back, she's still there. She hasn't gone to work. That, I think, makes you question whether the story about her having work at 7 o'clock is true or not. The evidence is that she didn't go. She says that Lisa Moore showed up after the two of them had fallen, allegedly. They decided, apparently on their own, when I asked, did you guys agree to not call the police? She said, no, we decided on ourselves that we were not gonna call the police. Neither one of us was gonna call the police. And when I asked her about, have you guys ever spoken about this again? Her response was, no, we've never spoken about it again. We don't talk about that. I suggest to you that her testimony as a witness, both her and Joseph Butler, is not to be trusted. These are not people that you should rely on in any important decision. And that's how you should consider the evidence that comes from a witness. You should say to yourself, do I trust this person? Would I trust this person with something important? Oh, I don't know, like the life of someone accused in court? Would I trust this person? I suggest to you, I wouldn't trust either one of those two people to take care of my dog, let alone state the life of a human being on their testimony. Because without their testimony, what we've got is a car in a parking lot with no connection to Mr. Hunter whatsoever. None. Mr. Kewen took the stand. After that, he was another person who brought in a tremendous amount of evidence. Again, he did not have Joseph Butler's fingerprints or DNA in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Joyce Butler's DNA or fingerprints in order to do any comparison. He didn't have Lisa Moore's fingerprints or DNA to do any comparison. Officer McDonald found the vehicle in the parking lot. Officer Uglione, the fireman, apparently there was some dispute about getting into the vehicle. I'm not sure why he was called. Mr. Kane showed up and testified that he rolled the prints on Teresa Green and the fingerprints matched. We knew it was Teresa Green in there. They found Mr. Kewen testified that Mr. Hunter's prints were found in his own apartment. Okay. Then we get to Houston. Miss Huell testified that she responded at some point to a burning van in Houston, Texas. We know that's the van that was being driven around by Mr. Hunter. When she found, or the Houston Fire Department found the van, it was 2 months after Teresa Green had died. 2 months. By the way, we know for a fact there is no evidence of any crime in that van. No one testified ever that Mr. Hunter had put Teresa Green in the back of that van, which, by the way, would have made a lot more sense. According to Joseph Butler, he claims that Mr. Hunter moved Teresa's 200-pound dead body down a set of stairs and put her body in the back of her own car by himself. Not an impossible feat, but certainly not an easy one. Why would Mr. Hunter involve the Butlers? Why? When he's got a van. If he killed her, all he had to do was carry her out to his van, put her in the van, and take off and dispose of her body anywhere between here and Houston. Oh, I don't know, Louisiana? Lots and lots and lots and lots of places to dispose of a body. But instead, he calls those two people and gets them involved. Why? Why? Why does he have to get rid of Teresa Green's car? What does that prove? It doesn't prove anything. He's got a van. He doesn't need to do that. And that's what you have to ask yourself. Like, does this story that the Butlers are telling you make any sense? Why would he do that? Why would he trust them with that kind of a confession? You can trust them to keep their mouths shut? They owe him nothing. They know him barely at all. the first thing they would do is call the police. At least sensible people would, decent people would. They would call the police right away. That story doesn't make any sense. Officer Finch came in, told you about the VIN. Officer Gage came in and told you that when he showed up with FBI agents at the house in Houston, Texas, almost a year later, I'm guessing, he didn't say, I'm guessing they banged on the door, said, we've got a warrant for your arrest, and Mr. Hunter takes off back out the back door. I would suggest to you that that proves nothing. I would suggest to you that plenty of people, if police show up at their door with a dog and a bunch of agents, might get scared and might take off. Doesn't prove a thing. He never said anything about Orlando, never said anything about Teresa Green. All that the state attorney's office is trying to get you to make a connection here, that a year later, suddenly he's running from this. You don't know if he was wanted for something else. Maybe he had a suspended driver's license. Maybe he had outstanding tickets. You don't know. Finally, we get to the medical examiners. And this is really important because I would suggest to you that there are plenty of reasons for you to have really serious doubts about whether or not Teresa Green was even murdered. Very serious doubts about this. Both Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden told you that as medical examiners, if they hear about a body being in a trunk, their presumption is that somebody got murdered, right? And that's reasonable. It's a reasonable place to start, but it's not the be-all, end-all of the discussion. Why? Well, you heard Dr. Utz agree. You know, people can have other reasons to dispose of bodies besides having killed them. People have motivations for disposing of bodies and inconvenient truth, as we like to refer to it. There can be reasons, and I suggest to you that the reason in this case that the Butlers disposed of this body or had somebody help them dispose of this body was because they could not be found to have been involved in anything that would end up with them being thrown out of their apartment. I don't know, and y'all don't know either, if anyone killed Teresa Butler. We don't know if Teresa Butler.
All right, you guys. The verdict clock has stopped at 8 hours, 26 minutes, 19 seconds. It says a verdict has been reached. So we have a verdict. We're just waiting.
I'm here, guys. I'm just having my dinner and lunch and breakfast. Oh my gosh, we got verdict. Have y'all done a verdict poll? Okay, y'all did a poll. How long will the jury deliberate? 1 to 3 hours was 22%. Come back tomorrow, 11%. 4 to 6 hours, for a total of 7 to 9, 67%. So 67% of you were dead smack in the middle of the high end. Do we have a verdict poll, or have we? Odds.
I have not. June, did you do one?
I'm doing it right now.
Okay. Before we have a verdict, y'all go and take the poll as soon as it's posted. And then I'll tell you what I think the verdict will be, but I can't vote since it's on my channel. Hope everybody is doing well. I had someone bless me with some Chinese food tonight. One of my new neighbors baked some Chinese food and brought some over and said hi. I thought that was very nice of her. There we go. So what time is it there? 5 hours. 2:35 in the afternoon? Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe it's 2:35 in the afternoon there.
Oh, remember yesterday we were talking about the Gigolo, whatever beach killer House of Secrets on Peacock? I found it, and I'm going to watch it. Well, not going to watch it. I'll probably fall asleep with it on. But I'm going to try and watch it. It's a 3-part series.
Oh,
I
the
think we were
camera is
talking about
moving.
it. Huh?
The camera moved for just a second.
Yeah. Okay. We have, what do you believe the verdict is? Guilty of second-degree attempted red room, 100% so far. Guilty of some charges, not guilty. Hung jury, well, we don't have a hung because they said they have a verdict, so that's a good thing. Yay. Maud, you've done a wonderful job yet again today. Thank you so very much. What do we have for tomorrow, or do we?
We have the Texas trial that we've been watching. That's in the penalty phase.
And that will be starting at 8 a.m., 9 a.m.?
9 a.m., I believe. 7 a.m. my time.
Oh, yay. How'd you like your extra hour of sleep this morning?
I overslept.
Or did you
I'm
take
getting
it?
up. Yeah, I overslept. Let's see.
So what time did y'all go live this morning? Because I could have sworn I saw y'all live.
I was
We
live at
were
9.
I came in about about 10 minutes late.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I started at right at 9 this morning.
I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known because I saw that I had it like this big on my iPad just to know that y'all were up and running. I'm having to do training in Teams. I'm learning how to use Teams. And in so a lot of training. I got a question for y'all. If you were in a disaster and lost everything you owned in a hurricane, for example, and you had 3 kids and a husband, and in order for you guys to survive this event, the husband goes and stays with one family member, the wife stays with another, and an auntie takes all 3 kids. An organization offers you a 24,000, a mobile home that has been totally remodeled and looks better than the showroom floor. And an organization, a nonprofit, not my company, offered to buy it for you, and the people were selling it for $24,000, and they offered to pay for it to be moved, set up, and all of that for free for you. Would you take it, or would you turn it down? because they turned it down and wanted them to pay first and last month's rent and deposit on an apartment. They turned down, and this is a long time ago, but so they turned down a free home for an apartment. I heard that and I nearly hit the roof. I couldn't believe it. Would you take the apartment or would you take the free home? Take it. That's right. I would have taken it. Yeah, I was floored. And then there was another time where FEMA provided mobile housing for one of the major hurricanes. And let's just say one of the people living in it were told after 2.5, 3 years that they were going to have to move out, that they were going to have to refurbish it and use it for another disaster. And, you know, their case needed to be closed. And they hired somebody to move it to an undisclosed location. And it took almost 8 months for them to be found. Yeah, I'm learning all kinds of fun things. But what I am going to be doing is disaster case management. I will be working with families who have lost or had a lot of damages here in the Texas Hill Country from the flood. Okay, we're at 50-50. 50% guilty of second degree attempted redrum, guilty of some charge, 50%. Do we have lessers? Do we know what those are? June or Angela, do we know what the lessers are? If there are lessers, maybe I could just Google it.
I don't believe there are, but I could be wrong. But I don't believe there are any lessers. June, do you remember hearing about any lessers? I don't.
And this is in the Hawaii one, right? So let me see if I can find out.
Yes, this is Hawaii versus Dr. Konig.
Yeah. Okay, per Google. There are. Okay, let me read. No, maybe not. Second degree attempted redrum. This is the only indicted charge currently driving the case. Under the Hawaii law, this requires proof of he intentionally attempted to cause the death of another person. Yep, that's it. Now, there could have been, but they're not saying, now, this is not what exactly has been filed as lessers, but these are possible. If there were lessers, it would be assault in the first degree, which means serious bodily injury or the use of dangerous instrument like repeated blows with a rock, severe head injuries, assault in the second degree, intentional or knowing substantial bodily injury could apply if the jury thinks he meant to hurt her but not kill her. And the assault in the third degree, reckless conduct by trying to push her towards a dangerous place, like possible cliff. Other ones that could potentially been is attempted poisoning. These are all floating around. This is not actual, but it could have happened. Attempted poison injection. So anyway, there is realistically it's attempted redrum 2 if they believe the intent, assault 1 or 2 if they believe the severe attack but not intend to redrum, assault 3 or not guilty if by defense. But I don't think they actually have any lessers, in my humble opinion. So, guys, we are waiting. Let's see what the polls are. Y'all are still at 50-50. We only have 4 votes and we have a lot more watching. Y'all go vote before we actually get the verdict. Do we have a time, mods, of the verdict that would be handed in?
I was looking, but I don't see a time.
Yeah, I don't either. I was looking too. I was too. I'm looking to see.
Well, now that we know there's a verdict, we could always go back to Florida and do the rest of the closing statements, I guess, until they actually move the camera to the judge.
That's up to y'all. Yeah, we could. I don't have
Since
any
we
control.
since we don't know what time.
I am kind of curious. So, I'm not wondering. It is 7:45 here, which means it's probably 2:45 there. They may push it to 3 o'clock their time. Give everybody time to show up. Now, in some cases, man, they don't wait. Lawyers, defendant, prosecutors, they're moving in. It's a hurry up and go. But other judges will delay it 30 minutes or so to give people time to get there.
Yeah, I was wondering because they did the testing, but
Here we go. Threaten to leave and they'll turn on the camera.
the sound I have it on, but the courtroom has not turned it on yet.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. All right, I'm 60-40, guilty of second degree attempted red room, guilty of some other charge. Hey guys, have y'all seen the pictures of the moon and the rocks hitting the moon lately? From that shuttle or that mission?
I have not.
Wow, it's cool. Do we know if the jury will go back and deliberate his sentencing or if it will be rescheduled? Do we have an idea?
I do not know. Um, they haven't said, so I have no idea.
Uh-oh. We could really seriously have a toilet paper shortage. California toilet paper warehouse destroyed by fire. Worker arrested. Breaking news. East Bay Times. We may have a shortage of toilet paper. It's one of the big popular factories, apparently. So everybody go to Walmart and grab your toilet paper. Just kidding. As I've said before, this is the most anxious, most scariest, most tense part of a trial, even for the attorneys and the staff of the attorneys, not just the victim. I mean, not just the victim and the defendant, all of them. I've heard that some attorneys say they get more nervous and anxious than their clients do. This is when I couldn't be a defense lawyer. Here we go.
You are unmuted.
I'm sorry. Yes. Call case number 7, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig, 1 CPC-25-373 for further jury trial. Counsel, can I have your appearances, please?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Joel Garner for the state. Also present is Deputy Prosecuting Attorney Franklin Don Vaccaro Jr.
Afternoon, Mr. Garner. Afternoon, Mr. McCarr.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thomas Otake and Matt Dirks on behalf of Dr. Gerhardt Konig, who is present.
Afternoon, Mr. Osaki. Afternoon, Mr. Dirks. Afternoon, Dr. Konig.
Afternoon, Your Honor.
Gentlemen, all of you can be seated. Counsel, I wanted to raise a few things on the record. The court received communication number 1 this morning from the jury at 10:28. I did not send it out to you, and when I read it out loud to you, you can understand why. The jury wrote asking 6 questions. 1, may we please have blue painter tape? 2, may we please have large post-its? 3, may we please have other colored dry erase pens? 4, may we have another whiteboard? 5, an easel for a notepad. 6, regular markers. I didn't send this through to you. It was more asking for supplies. So the court answered the communication at 10:35 stating the court will collect and provide the requested materials. The additional whiteboard may be difficult, but we will look for one or a suitable substitute. With respect to the handling of the communication number 1 from the jury this morning, Mr. Garner, any objections by the state?
None from the state.
How about you, Mr. Osaki?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
And then communication number 2 was received at 2:18 this afternoon, stating we've reached a verdict. And before the jury goes back into the courtroom, counsel, is there anything else you want to take up on record? Mr. Garner?
Nothing at the moment.
Mr. Osaki?
No, Your Honor.
Then Ms. McCallum, the jury is ready. We'll take them.
All rise for the jury.
can be seated. Jury is now in the courtroom. Can the foreperson of the jury please stand and state their name?
Jury number 9, Makoto Atkins.
Ms. Atkins, good afternoon. Has the jury reached a verdict in this case?
Yes, Judge, yeah.
And did you sign and date the verdict form?
Yes, Judge.
Can you leave it in the manila folder? Ms. McCallum will come and collect it from you. Ms. Atkins, you can have a seat. Thank you. Dr. Konig, can you stand as the clerk of the court reads the verdict of the jury?
Case number 1 CPC-25-00000373, State of Hawaii versus Gerhardt Konig. We, the jury in this case, finds the defendant guilty of attempted manslaughter based upon extreme mental or emotional disturbance, dated 4/8/26 by the foreperson.
Gentlemen, you can be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to call you by chair number, not by name, but by chair number. And I'm going to ask that you answer out loud either yes or no. If you agree with the verdict that was read out loud here in court, you would answer yes. If you disagree with the verdict that was read out loud in court, you would answer no. Starting with chair number 1.
Yes.
Chair 2.
Yes.
Chair 3.
Yes.
Chair number 4.
Yes.
Chair number 5.
Yes.
Chair number 6.
Yes.
Chair 7.
Yes.
Chair 8.
Yes.
Chair number 9.
Yes.
Chair 10.
Yes.
Chair number 11.
Yes.
Chair number 12.
Yes.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Dr. Konig, the verdict of the jury is indeed unanimous and consistent with their verdict. The court judges you guilty of attempted manslaughter in this case. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I am going to send you back into the jury deliberation room one more time. There's a little bit more paperwork that you'll need to complete with Ms. McCallum. I will make myself available. I'll come into the jury room in about 5 minutes in case anybody has any questions. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have. You don't have to wait though. If you want to get an early head start on your commute home, you're free to do so. When you leave in the hallways of the courthouse, the attorneys might be outside. They're always interested in hearing feedback from the jury. In addition, there's media that has covered this case. There will be members of the media out in the hallway as well. Some of them may invite you to talk about your jury experience. You're free to talk to anybody that you want to, now that your jury service is just about at an end. However, if you don't want to talk with anybody, you don't have to. And that includes me. So you don't have to wait for me to come into the jury room. If you don't want to talk to anybody, including me, you're free to leave. But before you do go, though, if I do not have a chance to speak with you, on behalf of the parties and the rest of the judiciary, thank you very much for your time and your service. We started this case, feels like a month ago. It's been a long haul for all of you. It has not been easy. We never thought it was going to be easy when we started this case. We already talked about how hard a job it was going to be. And through it all, you have to endure that weather, that traffic, horrible parking conditions. Thank you very much for your flexibility, your perseverance. I hope you and your family remain safe during this weekend. Again, if I don't get to talk with you, thank you very much. You have our utmost gratitude. And like I said at the beginning of this case, and this is still true today, it has been my great honor to serve with you on this case. Thank you very much. So for the last time, into the jury deliberation. All rise. Everyone can be seated. Consistent with the verdict in this case, the court will order the preparation of the pre-sentence investigation and report and schedule sentencing in this case on July 16th, it's a Thursday morning, counsel, at 8:30 in the morning. Do you have any objections to the setting, Mr. Bryant?
Could we have 1 week earlier? I know there's some time that these cases need to go. I'm
No,
potentially,
but I can go later.
okay, I'm potentially out of town for the last couple of weeks of July. I don't have approved travel yet, but,
Setting in August would be better though.
and I have a training on the first week of August.
I'm sorry.
I have a training on the first week of August,
So early August,
after the 7th. If that's okay.
would 13th be okay?
Yes.
Mr. Otake, agreeable?
August 13th.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
So August 13th at 8:30 will be the sentencing in this case. Mr. Garner, is there anything else you want to take up on record?
There is one thing, Your Honor. I'm unsure if we place this on record during the closing argument portion. After the state's closing argument, the state was made aware of a case that came out in 2025 that required the state to ask that a portion of the state's closing argument be stricken.
I did.
Was that placed on the record or was it an off-record discussion?
It was on record.
Okay, I just want to make sure that was on record.
And I gave the curative instruction to the jury right away.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Otake, anything else you want to take up before adjourning?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. Court's adjourned.
You are muted.
Wow. And they put sentencing all the way out to August. Whoa, April, May, June, July, August. That's 4 months. Oh my gosh, y'all. That's insane. Well, questions to you. Give us a thumbs up if you agree with the verdict. Give us a thumbs up if you agree with the verdict. I agree with this verdict. And I agree with you. I'm hoping, Roselli, I don't have my glasses on. I can't, Miss Dudley on Facebook. Thank you so much for joining us through Facebook. I agree with you. Divorce, people need to start getting a divorce and quit unaliving their spouses. You know, Angela, he probably did think he was going to get away with it, but he's guilty of attempted manslaughter. Mods, what are your thoughts?
In my opinion, I believe they got it right. I believe that he was guilty. I do think that he thought getting on the stand, in my opinion, was going to help him, and I'm not so sure that it helped.
You know what? I don't think anybody should get on the stand if you're a defendant. It is so risky. So risky. I don't think it helped him, in my opinion. Everybody's all thumbs up. Well, thank you. Hi, Gentile. How are you doing? Katie, nice to see you. Yes, Facebook. We got a lot of Facebook people on. Yay! Justice. That is right. Daily justice is served. So, now we're on to another case. So tomorrow, my mods, if those of you who are new and don't know me, I'm AdaKay. I have started a new job. So my mods have kind of been running the lives this week till we get to the end of the trials that we started before. So everybody give a round of applause for my mods and give them loving, give them thumbs up, we have these little heart thing and 100% things you can engage in and click on the live. Throw that up there for my fabulous mods, June, Angela, and Honey. See the little 100% and the little hearts going? Y'all throw a bunch of them up there because let me tell you, they have really stepped in. And so this is training week for me. The jury must be stupid, Ari. You don't bring a syringe for something that was unplanned. Yeah. Oh, okay. And I hope your hat gets there. I finished her hat and got it in the mail. Hopefully she says she'll have it in plenty time for her fabulous cruise this weekend. So mods, y'all have anything else to say before we do the drawing for entry into the end of the month giveaway?
No, the only thing I really have to say is part of tomorrow will be the finishing of the Florida case because there is a verdict in that, and we will do that um, tomorrow on a break or lunch. Of the I'm going to try it. The Tanner Horn trial tomorrow. Horner trial tomorrow.
Awesome. Awesome. So who has the thing? The entries.
Angela.
Okay, y'all ready? Go for it. Hurry! I'll screenshot it.
Congratulations.
How many entries? How many entries did we have?
We had 7.
Hold it.
All right.
Ada, stop. Go back to court TV. The prosecuting attorney is talking to the press.
Ooh, send it back.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scream.
No. That's okay. You need to get my attention. Let's roll the beautiful bean footage. Do we have captioning?
There's also, I believe, the possibility of probation.
Yes, we have captioning. Just when you turn it on.
Yeah, because I can't see it.
What do you think the strongest testimony was? The one or two strongest?
Can you bring it down a little, Boo? Please.
You guys, everybody's seen.
Thank you.
The whole case throughout. So I don't want to put some witnesses ahead of others. Every witness had an important thing to say. So I don't think that's fair to anything like that.
Is this your first attempted murder or murder trial?
This is my first as a lead counsel. Secretary, assistant on a couple other things.
So Joe, what is the mandatory minimum? Is there a mandatory minimum for attempted manslaughter?
There is, the Boy preliminary guidelines do have one. I'm sorry, I don't know off the top of my head. Can we get probation without jail, or is there be a minimum jail at least? I'd have to look at it again. I'm not sure off the top of my head, and I don't want to give you bad information. So it might be just best to check the statutes on that one.
Is it possible he could get time served, like that at the end of the day, his sentence that he served will be equal to what he gets?
So ultimately, the process is, the next step is the Adult Client Services Branch will prepare a pre-sentence investigation. The judge will review the pre-sentence investigation, we'll have a sentencing hearing, and the judge will determine what that sentence will be. So I can't give a more clear answer than that, I guess. Sorry.
So Joe, will you present evidence of violence or what we call aggravating circumstances to merit a prison sentence?
There are several sentencing factors in the Hawaii statutes, which are 7.6.6, that we'll go through all those factors in the sentencing hearing.
Did you bring in something, for example, if you wanted to use the trial, which is use the trial, for example, use past marriage conduct?
Did the thing beep
I
beep?
don't know the answer to that today, sorry.
Okay, fine.
John, the stove beep beep?
In order to get manslaughter because of what stress. What's the, not necessarily evidence that they would consider, but how do they have to vote to get to that?
Okay, so the jury was instructed with the law. The jury was first given the attempted murder in the second degree instruction. Then they were said, if you find guilty on attempted murder in the second degree, at that point you have to consider the extreme mental or emotional distress. Does that answer the question?
Yes, do they have to find that by preponderance or by the unreasonable doubt?
It is a preponderance of the evidence standard.
Do you expect Ariel to give the victim impact statement?
I don't know at this point. Okay.
Are you satisfied with this, or do you really want the sentence to be developed to about 6%?
Yeah, I mean, we respect the verdict. We respect that the jury did their job, considered the evidence, and came to a verdict that they thought fit the evidence and fit
the burden of proof on all sides, in this case, so that's all I can say about that. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
We just begin by thanking the jury. We respect their verdict. That being said, we believe leading up to trial and during trial, there are many appellate issues and we do plan on appealing. But that doesn't take away from our respect of the jury, their service, their dedication, and their verdict. And we look forward to appealing. I mean, we are thankful that they did not convict him of attempted murder, which would have been life in prison. And so we just thank them for their service, and we look forward to an appeal related to some of the judge's rulings throughout the case and before the trial.
Do you think he deserves probation?
That's all I'm going to say. Thank you, guys.
Are you relieved by this verdict?
Okay. I had a hard time hearing that with my ears. I'm really struggling today to hear well. For those of you who don't know, I am deaf without my hearing aid, so I'll have to go back and rewatch that. We want to do a draw again. Go ahead and do it again. Congratulations, Angela. You got an entry. Oh, Carol. Woo-hoo.
Oh, congratulations,
Congratulations. Okay, all of y'all. Oh, we got shared. Yes. Sorry.
Oh, goodness.
Oh, it's okay. Both of you will get entries. I'll give both of you entries for that. You guys, if you share the video, share our video. All you have to do is put I shared. You could be in the drawing for a free $25 gift card, y'all. All right, let's go again. Yay, Sarah.
Congratulations.
Go ahead and do one more. We have more than 5. Woohoo! All right, Miss Linda.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Do we have any
All
more?
right.
Was that it?
We have one more,
Oh.
the I shared.
All right, let's go. Does it sound too loud?
No, I'm laughing because it was June, Honey, and myself.
The mod
Well, I'll give it all. The mod crew will. You'll go ahead. I'll go give it to you. Linda, guilty of attempted manslaughter. Guilty of attempted manslaughter. So, 10 years, up to 10 years. So, guilty of attempted manslaughter. Thank you, Facebook people. My gosh, we got a lot of you today. Wow. Thank you.
What's one other thing? Since he's now a convicted felon, he will lose his medical license, I believe, to practice. So you will have to figure out.
Oh, that is right. I was wondering about that.
Well, yes and no. And I'm speaking from, I'm not a doctor, but I have knowledge. Depending on it also depends on the charge. It depends on the state, but they could request for it. They may not be able to take it from him, but they could request that he surrender it, and he may be able to keep the license, but a lot of facilities, because of the type of crime it is, will not work with him. They will not have him as a doctor on staff. A lot of hospitals will not give privileges for someone who has that kind of charge and conviction. So I don't think he'll ever practice again, in my humble opinion. That's
Can
my
he
humble
be,
opinion.
he can also be brought up in front of medical ethic boards too, couldn't he?
That's right. Yep, he can. Because part of it is, if he would have used like a lead shooter and they got in a fight and he pulled the lead shooter and that happened and it wasn't a felony, that's one thing. But because they found the drugs or medication, the anesthesia meds on him and syringes, so he used his access to medical stuff to commit or attempt to try to commit red drum. That is where they're going to get him on it. And nobody is going to let him in their hospital. I can't imagine him practicing again. The ethics board and all of that. And even though they may not be able to take it away from him just on the conviction alone, he goes before that ethical board and the medical review and all that. And they can say, you need to surrender. We're not going to, no. Because he didn't just attempt to unalive somebody with a weapon. He broke every code of ethic under the sun by trying to use a syringe full of anesthesia to unalive his wife. In my humble opinion. What are your thoughts? Do y'all have any? Angela?
In my opinion, I do not feel like he should be able to continue to carry that license. If you take into account what Ariel said about the syringe and the medication, and then you take into account, was he allowed to have that medication? Because according to him on the stand and what he testified to is on-call doctors carry that bag with those medications in it. Now, that's what he said on the stand. Now, whether the hospital or the other doctors agree with that, if they had no idea and he took those medications and that was not the case as to what he testified to, I don't feel like he should be able to have his license, because that's scary.
Certain medical medications, such as what he had, are normally, I wish I had a physician here, but anesthesia's on here, anesthesiologist, but that kind of medication is controlled to the point I can't imagine any medical facility giving consent for him to carry that. AdaKay, maybe. Syringes for certain meds, maybe. But that particular drug, absolutely not. And you're right. To me, it does. I agree. It shows premeditation. And that drug and the way things are going right now in the medical field and the controlling of a lot of pharmaceuticals, I would be shocked if any medical facility allowed that medication to be put in a bag and walked out by a doctor and taken off a facility. I mean, they have to document. If you've ever been in an OR or know anything about OR, everything is documented. Everything in a hospital is documented because they charge for it. And for a doctor to go in and just take a bottle of that kind of medication, and put it in a bag and walk out, no, ma'am. No, sir.
Well, and it wasn't just that med. He had other medications in there too.
True.
That were, it wasn't just that one. There were others that we were able to look up the labels on and see what those were used for. And any hospital that I've been in, and I've been in ORs, they have those medications. You have to type it in. You have to unlock it. You have to pull the medication out. There are certain things. So, of course, my curiosity is piqued that did those medications get signed out to another patient? Like there is so much that did he double pull medications out to be able to stick one in his bag? I really wish that they would have called someone in to kind of talk about exactly what he said on the stand, because he said as an on-call doctor, he was able to take that bag home with him because he was worked in the facility that he worked in. And I just I don't understand it, but that's what he said on the stand. And they had no one to contradict what he said.
Well, and I agree with you 100%. Their protocol is so strict that you can't, everything has to be tied to a patient. Everything has to be a chain. They follow it. And there is no way that he's just going to go in get those meds and put them in his bag and walk out without a trail. And he would be questioned. So I'm like you. Was he double pulling and pocketing them, and then it's charged to the patient? I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I just recently, a few months ago, had surgery. My wristband had a barcode on it. It was scanned before my medication was taken. I had to verify who I was. There was just so much restriction on it. So that has me wondering, just how did he get his hands on that medication? And was it like what he said on the stand?
I don't believe him.
The prosecutor never, I wish they would have investigated that further on the stand, but the prosecutor didn't go further with that and question that. So
yeah,
I really wonder if, or after they found that medication in that bag, if they did not go back to the hospital or the places that he worked at and requested them to do audits on their records to see if there was discrepancies with him, because that would have been the best way to bring in the records and the audits, and a person saying, no, this is not signed out to them. There's no record of this going out. This is how much we're missing. This is the last person who signed it out, and really nailed it down to him without any doubt. And then I think we may have gotten the second degree attempted red room charge.
I agree. I think the ball was dropped on this, but I would hope and I would believe that after all of this has been brought to light, that they are probably, every hospital has a code of ethics board. And I hope and pray that they're looking at this and they're looking at their system and they're looking, because y'all, I don't believe what he said. I don't believe anything he said. I believe that when it came to this medication that he had on him, um, this is definitely premeditated. I hoped he would get the maximum charge, and would get the maximum penalty, in my humble opinion. He took that medication knowing darn well what he was going to do. I don't think he had a full plan, but I think he knew he was going to. That's stealing. That's premeditated. And so
I don't know that I don't agree with you as far as him not having a plan. In my opinion, he had a plan. He took the meds. He planned what he was going to do with her for that weekend because it was her birthday gift. And I think in his mind, he kind of thought he knew what was what he wanted to do. Now, I think that she fought back so much that I don't think he took that into account. She literally fought for her life. And I'm sorry, but if you look at her head and you look at the pictures of her on the left side and you look at him on the right, I couldn't help. Of course, I had my mute on, but when the defense attorney put those up and said, "Oh, is that where you got hit? Are you kidding me?" Look at her and look at him. Like there's Mm-mm.
What I meant by the plan was he had a plan to take the meds. He had a plan to do the harm with the meds, but I don't think I don't think the pushing off the cliff and the hitting the rock was in his plan. Forgive me, I misspoke, but you're right. Taking the meds, that's premeditated. But the plan and what happened were vastly different. Um, I think it was a plan, but I don't think it was well planned. Let me put it that way. I don't think it was well planned. But he had a plan, he just didn't work out. She fought like hell, and kudos to you, babe, but I'm sorry. She's she's got to get past this. She's going to have to move on. But this is going to haunt her for the rest of her life. And I'm
And the
glad
son
she's
too.
not dead. And well, and the son, all of them.
Yeah.
And I'm grateful that we're not looking at a murder, but it's so sad. Just get a freaking divorce, people. Why do you have to go to this extreme? Boo, you didn't have that much. Now with your if you have $100 billion and they're going to get more than 50%, I can see the temptation. Not that it was right or you should, but I just don't understand the need that these people have to commit redrum instead of getting a divorce. Oh, I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't get it. But for her sake, where did I go? Did y'all take me off?
No,
who kicked
I
me off?
didn't. I didn't touch anything. It just all
I
of a
didn't
sudden
either.
went.
Bye.
Gremlins.
I didn't either.
Yeah, I've had gremlins at work all day. If you notice, I have no eye makeup because I've done this all day because my computer and phone for work. But I'm so glad that we covered this case and y'all were able to finish it. And we never get cases out of Hawaii. I really would like to get more cases off of the West Coast and Hawaii, even into Alaska. So if y'all know of any good cases, please don't hesitate to let us know. If you're not a part of our Discord, please, 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 please come join us in the Discord. That way, there's a place for suggested trials. There's a QR code. We have a place where you could suggest trials. We got all kind of fun things that you can join us for over there. Again, I want to thank As the Gavel Drops. Thank you so much for the use of your documents, all your research, your wonderful mods that do a lot of work. If you see documents coming up a lot on our channel, a lot of times we do get them from As the Gavel Drops. Also, Seeking Justice is another wonderful source in Discord for your document needs. So thank you so much to everybody. June and Angela, do you have anything else you want to say before we go goodbye?
I don't. Please
Nope, just see
join
y'all
June
tomorrow
in the
at
morning.
No, they were
Yep,
speaking over each
I
other.
will be here.
Well, I will be at work. I got training from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., but I am lurking in the background. I do have it up on my iPad real small, and I do listen in when I get a little potty break, when they give us our little breaks. So I'll try and come in. But everybody, thank you so much for supporting the channel. This is how we grow. Don't forget to subscribe. We will see everybody tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.